Chapter 23 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Lord Loreburn. Lord Loreburn started life with two enormous advantages. He was a Scotsman, and he was known as Bob Reid. To be born a Scotsman is to be born with a silver spoon in the mouth. It is to be born, as it were, into the governing family. We English are the hewers of wood and drawers of water for our Caledonian masters. Formerly they used to raid our borders and steal our cattle, but they kept to their own soil. In those happy days an Englishman had a chance in his own country. Today he is little better than a hod-carrier. The Scotsmen have captured not our cattle, but the British Empire. They sit in the seats of the mighty. Westminster is their washpot, and over Canada do they cast out their shoe. The head of the English Church is a Scotsman, and his brother of York came out of a Scotch Presbyterian manse. The Premier is usually a Scotsman, and if not Scotch, he sits for a Scotch constituency, and the Lord Chancellor, the keeper of the King's conscience, is a Scotsman too. London has become an annex of Edinburgh, and Canada is little more than a Scotch off-hand farm. Our single satisfaction is that whenever we want a book to read, we have only to apply to Skibo Castle, and Mr. Carnegie will send a free library by return. It is a pleasant way he has of reminding us that we want educating. Next to being born a Scotsman, Lord Loreburn was most fortunate in his name. Many a man's career is blasted by an ill name. When Mr. A.C. Morton rose upon the firmament of Parliament, he seemed to have a prosperous future before him. But one day a malevolent pressman in the gallery discovered that A.C. stood for Alpheus Cleophas. He published the fact to the world, and Mr. Morton never recovered from the blow. He vanished in derisive laughter. His fate was sealed at the font. No man can stagger to success under such a burden as Alpheus Cleophas, and half the bitterness felt toward Mr. Jabez Balfour was due to his unctuous name. It was an aggravation of his offence. It was felt to embody all the negative pieties. Lord Loreburn, on the other hand, might claim that his name was his fortune. There was a simplicity and a directness of appeal about Bob Reid that was irresistible. It left nothing more to be said. It was like a certificate of good character. It made you trust him without knowing him. It seemed to bubble over with good humor, to radiate honesty and simple worth, to utter volumes of sound sense. A man who was known to everybody as Bob had disarmed the world. He simply had to enter in and take possession. A plain, unvarnished man, large of frame and soft of voice, stiff in opinion, honest and unimaginative, loyal in friendship, immovably obstinate in purpose, he represents the British type in its stubborn devotion to justice as perfectly as his predecessor represented it in its ruthless claim to the supremacy of force. There was more geniality about Lord Halsbury than about Lord Loreburn, but it was the geniality of a merry ogre, secure of his victims, jubilant in his strength, jovially contemptuous of moral considerations. Under the Stuarts he would have whipped Dr. Clifford off to Jack Ketch with a quip about shaving his beard for him. Nothing is more significant of the change effected by the election of 1906 than the fact that Lord Loreburn sits where Lord Halsbury sat for nearly 20 years. Lord Halsbury, for whose genius as a lawyer, by the way, Lord Loreburn has a profound admiration, filled his great office with a jolly cynicism that made his tenure of the woolsack notorious. He frankly regarded it as a political instrument. He reduced the bench to a lower level than it had touched for a century. Any party hack, any necessitous relative of a Tory magnate might look for office from the Lord Chancellor. There is a story, probably invented, but conveying the spirit of political preference with which he exercised his great powers of patronage, that when one position on the bench fell vacant, the late Lord Salisbury asked him to appoint a certain barrister to the post. Even Lord Halsbury was staggered at the proposal, but he said a judge must know a little law. It would be a scandal to put blank on the bench. "It would be a worse scandal," replied Salisbury, "for a member of an old county family to pass through the Bankruptcy Court." The plea was irresistible. Lord Chancellor Westbury, when his nepotism had become so gross a scandal as to lead to protest from his colleagues, replied, "But remember my oath. I have promised to appoint only those whom I know to be fitted for the duties. A dozen names are submitted to me. One of them is that of a man whom I have known for years, perhaps all my life, and whom I know to be fitted for the office. What am I to do?" It was an unanswerable way of putting the case, but Lord Halsbury had a certain blunt honesty that would have scorned such ingenious defences. To the victors the spoils was his maxim, and he acted upon it with a gay contempt for criticism which had a certain merit that adroit excuses would not have had. The fault of Lord Loreburn is in the opposite direction. He is overwhelmed with the sense of responsibility. The solemn oath he has taken is ever present to his mind. "I saw him take it," said a friend of his to me, "and I saw the deep impression it made later. I went to see him when he was considering an appointment. When he began to murmur his oath, 'without fear or favour,' and the rest, I knew there was going to be trouble. Soon after the election I was sitting at dinner next to one of those clever women of the Tory party who pulled the strings of government behind the scenes. 'I was terribly frightened of your Lord Chancellor,' she said. 'I have just met him at dinner. We have nothing to fear from your Lord Chancellor.' What she meant was that Lord Loreburn was so just that he could be relied on to be a little unjust to his own side. Hence the anger, not loud but deep, that has raged around him. His speeches in the House of Lords are brave utterances of uncompromising radicalism. The man who stood like a rock against the war now faces the serried ranks of Toryism, and in suave accents delivers the most radical speeches ever spoken from the woolsack since the days of Brougham. But when it comes to the administration of his department, then away with party. Justice, as he conceives it, shall be done, though the heavens of Liberalism fall in ruins. It was he, the fierce enemy of the war and of Chinese serfdom, who stood for the sanctity of those 16,000 permits which the Tories issued to the mine owners on the eve of the dissolution. It is he who has restored the full authority of Tory Lord Lieutenants throughout the country to ratify the nominations to the magistracy. Every appointment shall be made on its intrinsic merits and through traditional channels without relation to politics. An excellent ideal, except that the Lord Lieutenants have no legal authority, as Lord Herschel showed. An excellent ideal, if we did not start with the bench packed during 20 years with Conservatives. But to the plain man who fought to destroy this gross partiality of the bench, and who incidentally placed Lord Loreburn in the position to do him justice, this excessive correctitude seemed like a betrayal. Lord Loreburn has faced the rebels in his own camp as unflinchingly as he faces the Lords on questions of policy and principle, or as he used to face the bowling in the days when he kept wicket for Oxford. He faces them with a certain stiffness and hauteur that treats criticism as an affront to his solemn oath. "I do not wish to be introduced to Mr. Blank," he said on one occasion of a certain Liberal MP. "I do not wish to be introduced to those associated with him. He has been very rude to me on the subject of the magistrates." Whether we like this view of duty or not, we cannot but respect its honesty and fearlessness. It springs from a rare purity of motive, from the ideal of public service as a sacred trust. Such a tradition will make the task of future Halsburys difficult. In his personal relations, Lord Loreburn has none of the cold severity of office. He is a man of singular sensitiveness and tenderness of heart, clinging to old memories and old friendships. His devotion to the late Sir Frank Lockwood when living, and to his memory now that he is dead, is typical of this fine trait. They were the David and Jonathan of the bar and the House. Sir Frank, as those who saw the exhibition of his caricatures will remember, satirized his friend mercilessly, pictured him in kilts holding on to a lamp-post, meeting a young lady in the dusk with the legend, "Meet me at the corner when the clock strikes 9," and preparing his speech for the Parnell Commission with the aid of a short black pipe and a huge whisky bottle. But no one enjoyed these wild extravagances of friendship more than Sir Robert. His affection for kindly John O'Connor, M.P., is a tradition of the House and of the National Liberal Club, and he never fails to preside at the frequent dinners to Spencer Leigh Hughes. "Show me a man's friends." In these friendships we have the key to Lord Loreburn's character. He loves the plain, unpretentious man who wants nothing, fears nothing, hates cant, and tells the truth. All the better if he plays cricket. "Does he bowl?" used to be one of his questions when a candidate for the 80 Club came before him. For in the days of his youth he was a brilliant wicket-keeper, filling the position for Oxford against Cambridge, and in the days of his years and dignities he became president of the M.C.C. Thrice, moreover, he represented Oxford at racquets, and later fought for the amateur tennis championship unsuccessfully against Sir Edward Grey. But he was far too good a Scot to allow pleasure to absorb his energies, and his industry and solid capacity secured him a double first. And when he saw that the attractions of the playing fields endangered his career, he put bat and racket firmly aside forever. The same resolute purpose and tenacity carried him to the head of his profession. When Jowett asked him what career he proposed for himself, and he told him the Bar, the Master of Balliol said in his arid way, "You will do no good at the Bar. Good morning." When, years later, his reputation made and his future secure, he revisited Oxford, Jowett said, "By the way, Mr. Reid, I told you you would be no good at the Bar. I beg your pardon. Good morning." It is dogged that does it, and the Lord Chancellor's career is the most striking example today of what may be achieved by plain, homespun capacities governed by an indomitable purpose. His love of the plain man was the secret of his devotion to Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, as it was of Sir Henry's attachment to him, an attachment not blind to his little defects. "Reid is a splendid fellow and a very good Radical," he said to me, "but if he doesn't have his own way he can be an uncomfortable bedfellow." Through all the bitter time of the war, Sir Robert stood by him with a loyalty that neither asked nor gave quarter. He was the relentless enemy of the Liberal League, stiff, uncompromising, and challenging. He burnt his boats with the Rosebery party, and in the Temple his chances of the Chancellorship were ridiculed. But when Lord Rosebery went down to Bodmin one Saturday and said finally, "I will not serve under that flag," he incidentally placed Sir Robert Reid on the woolsack. His was the first appointment Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman made when he came into power. With the exception I have indicated, it has been splendidly justified. Lord Loreburn has not the learning of Gladstone's great Chancellors, Page Wood and Rondell Palmer, but he has courage, high purpose, and persuasiveness. His appointments to the High Court and the County Court have won general approval. He has set himself to reform the law's delay with striking success. On the bench his judgments are grave, lucid, and weighty. He is an example of the maxim that honesty is the best policy, honesty backed by very plain, everyday qualities, industry, courage, unwavering purpose. A solid man, without brilliancy, imagination, profundity, or humor, he has risen to the highest place in a profession in which these qualities are more common than in any other department of life. It is the triumph of character, the reward of the industrious apprentice, and of sterling worth. England has had more brilliant Lord Chancellors, but none who combined in a greater degree the sense of the high responsibilities of his office with perfect honesty, unaffected dignity, and rare lucidity of thought and utterance. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Thomas Hardy. A friend of mine, one of those people described by Keats as being married to a romance and given away by a sonnet, stopped in the course of a pilgrimage in Wessex at the hotel of a small market town. As he waited for lunch, he discussed men and things with a farmer, a cheerful, bucolic soul, whose name may have been Gabriel Oak. "Does Thomas Hardy ever come here?" he asked. "Thomas Hardy? Thomas Hardy?" And the farmer's face took on the pale cast of thought. Suddenly his countenance cleared. "Ah," he said, with an air of quiet triumph, born of superior knowledge, "you mean Bill Hardy, the pig dealer, a little round-faced man with whiskers under his chin. Oh, yeah, he comes here every market day." My friend expressed his satisfaction at the information, and sat down to his lunch with the comfortable sense of a secret possession. Farmer Oak stood before him, delightfully unconscious that he was immortal. For Thomas Hardy shares the privilege of the prophets of old. He loves quiet and obscurity, and he has realized that to be obscure you must dwell among your own people. He knows, too, that to keep the inspiration pure you must drink at the spring whence it issues, and not slake your thirst at the muddy waters of London. And so, when after years of London life, hovering between architecture and literature, he found that he had a career in literature open to him, he returned to his own people, and there, not far from the little cottage at Upper Bockington, where he was born, where his mother died in her 90th year, whence 50 years ago he used to trudge to the architect's office at Dorchester, and whither he used to return to burn the midnight oil over the classics and the Greek Testament, he lives in the deepening shadow of the mystery of this unintelligible world. The journey that began with the bucolic joy of Under the Greenwood Tree has reached its close in the unmitigated misery of Jude the Obscure, accompanied by the mocking voices of those aerial spirits who pass their comments upon the futile struggle of the dynasts as they march their armies to and fro across the mountains and rivers of that globe which the eye of imagination sees whirling like a midge in space. Napoleon and the powers, what are they but puppets in the hand of some passionless fate, loveless and hateless, whose purposes are beyond all human vision? O Eminence, that reasonest not in putting forth all things begot, thou buildest thy house in space, for what? O loveless, hateless, past the sense of kindly-eyed benevolence, to what tune dances this immense? And for answer comes the mocking voice of the spirit ironic. For one I cannot answer, but I know 'tis handsome of our pity so to sing the praises of the dreaming, dark, dumb thing that turns the handle of this idle show. Night has come down upon the outlook of the writer as it came down over the sombre waste of Egdon Heath. There is not a cheerful feature left, not one glint of sunshine in the sad landscape of broken ambitions and squalor and hopeless strivings and triumphant misery. Labor and sorrow, a little laughter, disillusion and suffering, and after that, the dark. Not the dark that flees before the cheerful dawn, but the dark whose greatest benediction is eternal nothingness. Other men of genius, most men of genius, have had their periods of deep dejection, in which only the mocking voice of the spirit ironic answered their passionate questionings. Shakespeare himself may be assumed to have passed through the valley of gloom in that tremendous period when he produced the great tragedies, but he came out of the shadow, and The Winter's Tale has the serenity and peace of a cloudless sunset. But the pilgrimage of Thomas Hardy has led us ever into deeper shadow. The shades of the prison house have closed around us, and there is no return to the cheerful day. The journey we began with those jolly carol singers under the greenwood tree has ended in the hopeless misery of Jude. And yet what a journey it has been! What companions we have had by the way, Tranter Dewey taking off his coat to the dance, Farmer Oak in the midst of his sheepfold looking up to the stars for the hour of night, Giles Winterbourne and Marty South planting the young larches amid the deep silence of the woodlands, Michael Henchard, magnificent in his rude elemental strength, most impressive in the hour of his utter discomfiture and desolation. Above all, the companionship of nature, which is the true secret of his abiding hold. Nature is never a mere picturesque background for the human play. It is the most potent personality. Light, said the Impressionists, is the chief person in a picture. Nature is the chief actor in the Hardy drama. Nature, vast, sentient, mysterious, upon whose bosom the brief human figure is tossed like driftwood in its passage from eternity to eternity. One feels here, as in Wordsworth's poetry, to which the poetic prose of Hardy is the complement, that the mighty being is awake, and doth with her eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Out of that immensity and mystery of nature, poor humanity emerges to play its part, and that a sad one. For even the gleams of joy, and what humour is more rich, more reminiscent of the Shakespearean vintage than that of the Wessex rustics, are shadowed with the sense of doom that makes our triumphs trivial and happiness itself a jest. Justice was done, and the President of the Immortals, in Aeschylean phrase, had finished his sport with Tess. In that sentence we have an epitome of Thomas Hardy's conception of human life, a creature in the hand of an impenetrable fate, cold, passionless, indiscriminating, whose justice is a mockery, to whom virtue is nothing and vice nothing, and from whose grim, ironic grasp we escape to utter darkness and silence. I have said that Hardy's concept of nature is complementary to Wordsworth's. It is the shadow of the deep valley, cast by the mountain on whose sunward slopes the light still sleeps. The spirit of night broods over all, majestic, mysterious, ominous. Night and the twilight, Jupiter casting the shadow of Tess as she digs in the allotment, the pageant of the stars passing before the rapt gaze of St. Cleeve, the breath of the night wind awaking the thin music of the heath, or stirring the woodlands to a richer symphony, the primeval monoliths, terrific, awesome, instinct with meaning and mystery in the vast and suggestive twilight. This is the atmosphere in which the figures move on to a destiny as inscrutable as night. In all this, and the philosophy it connotes, he is the antithesis of Meredith, whose voice is of the morning and whose vision is of the day. Meredith is the mind looking out with quick and thrilling interest upon the play of life. Hardy is the heart wrung by its agonies, an infant crying for the light. To Meredith, nature is a joyous companion filled with the spirit of immortal youth. It is the lark uprising of whom he sings. To Hardy it is a merciless fate uttering itself in the hoot of the night owl. He is the Malay of literature, sounding the same note of the sorrow of the earth, working in the same elemental media. It is not his semi-barbaric women that we remember. They are excrescences. It is his peasants, untouched by the centuries, types of the enduring elements of humanity, as Egdon Heath is the type of the earth's ageless story, whom we love. Gabriel Oak, the glass of truth and the mould of manhood. Giles Winterbourne, tender and self-effacing, a hero in corduroys. Marty South, nursing her love in secret, and when death has given to her the object of her devotion, crooning by his grave her triumphant grief. Now, my own love, you are mine, and only mine, for she has forgot 'ee at last, although for her you died. But I, whenever I get up, I'll think o' 'ee, and whenever I lie down, I'll think o' 'ee. Whenever I plant the young larches, I'll think that none can plant as you planted. And whenever I split a gad, and whenever I turn the cider ring, I'll say none could do it like you. If ever I forget your name, let me forget home and heaven. But no, my love, I can never forget 'ee, for you was a good man and did good things. It is this intense insight into the beauty of simplicity and the heart of the humble, this passion for the native and the sincere, combined with the immensity of the stage on which the drama moves, that differentiates the Wessex tales from all other literature and suggests the elemental boldness of Norse legends. Norse legends touched with the shadow of modern thought and the spirit of doom that pervades the Greek drama. But if he is the Malay of literature, he is Malay without the Angelus. His peasants are bowed to the brown earth in the mystic light, but no far-off bell tolls a message through the quiet air. And without that message, the parallel breaks down at the crucial point, for it was with that throb of the bell in the Angelus that Millet rang through the heart of the world, and still rings. The laborious day is over. The grey sky still shadows the sombre plain, but there is a rift in the west, and a word is borne to the tired heart on the pulsing air. Hope is not gone out of the world. But there is little hope beneath the pall that hangs over the Wessex stage. Life is ever lord of death, says Whittier, and with him all those whose eyes turn to the dawn. Death is ever lord of life, says Hardy, and with him those whose eyes turn to the sun going down in pitiless gloom. It is the eternal conflict between the optimist and the pessimist, between yea and nay, between the upward look and the downward. But the world is with those who, like Browning's grammarian, are for the morning, not with those who are of the dark and hear only the voices of the night. In the unity of his achievement, Mr. Hardy stands alone in the history of English fiction. This is due, as Mr. Lascelles Abercrombie has shown, to the deliberate subordination of his art to his metaphysic. It is not necessary to accept his philosophy in order to appreciate its impressive and cohesive influence upon his work. It gives it continuity, design, a cumulative grandeur that makes it unique in our literature. His vision of men, charged with aspirations and desires, caught in the relentless toils of the purposive, unmotive, dominant thing which sways in brooding dark their wayfaring, may be a vision of the dark and not of the day. It may be the vision of a recluse brooding in solitude over his own conception of reality, and shadowing all his perceptions of the activities of life with his painful obsession. But out of this correspondence of conception and perception springs the unity of Hardy's work. The note is struck at the beginning, even in that sweetest of English comedies, Under the Greenwood Tree, which closes with the hint of tragic secrecy. It deepens through the main structure of his creation until the implicit agony of the conflict between man and the unweeting will utters itself in the explicit rebellion of Jude, and it rises to its complete summation in The Dynasts. The material of the Hardy drama is at once simple and stupendous, human and cosmic. A few peasants, types of the general sin of personal existence and personal desire in a universe of indifferent fate. The protagonists are nature and man, the theme, the conflict between the unconquerable soul and that blind will that heaves through space and molds the times with mortals for its fingers. In such a struggle, man emerges splendid and abject, splendid in his defiant resistance to circumstance, abject in the futility of his challenge to the all-urging will, raptly magnipotent. Tess paying the debt she does not owe, Henchard stealing away to die in solitude, the figures of the Napoleonic drama fighting and intriguing, while the spirits of the air chant their pitying or ironic comments, all typify the eternal struggle of the free will caught in the trap of blind circumstance. The machinery of the drama has the elemental quality that befits the theme. It moves with the rhythm of inexorable fate. It is rich in climax, yet no matter how unexpected, the climax is always attained with the simple inevitableness of a natural law, the law that breaks the poor human figure on the wheel of doom. Mr. Hardy would deny that a philosophy such as his, based upon an honest acceptance of facts as he observes them, has any serious relation to the capacity for personal joy. Happiness and gloom, he will tell you, are the products not of philosophy, but of individual temperament, which is unaffected by any theory of the governance or destiny of men. The Turkish lady quoted by Boswell put the view in another way when she said, "Ma foi, monsieur, notre bonheur dépend de la façon que notre sang circule." Mr. Hardy has said truly that the human soul has normally less specific gravity than the sea of misery into which it is cast, and emerges inevitably to the surface. So far as philosophy has any influence upon happiness, he believes that he is more truly happy who refuses the refuge of revelation he cannot prove, and cultivates a reasonable serenity and fortitude on the basis of the perceived facts of life. For what he calls the professional optimist, he has unaffected scorn. He reminds him of the smile on the face of a skull. If you have the good fortune to meet Thomas Hardy, you will certainly find him more cheerful than his philosophy, an alert and knickerbockered man, pleasant and companionable, trotting through the streets of Dorchester, talking to its people, glad to show you the scenes his genius has made so memorable, and having done, jumping lightly on his bicycle, in spite of the 67 years, and riding away, leaving you a little puzzled that the wizard should be so like the plain man. But it is not the wizard you have met. Him you will meet on the spacious heath under the night sky, by the gaunt ruin of Corfu Castle, wandering among the shadows that haunt the lonely barrow, or on the cliffs hard by Lulworth Cove. A presence subtle and pervasive, watching you with 1,000 eyes, accompanying you with noiseless tread. For he has performed this miracle. He has printed himself so indelibly upon this Wessex country, has penetrated so deeply to its heart, that it seems to speak in his own accents. It is a world whose realities have become charged with the magic of his dreams. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Henry Chaplin. I love to sit in the gallery on a sleepy afternoon and watch Mr. Henry Chaplin looking after the affairs of the Empire. Near him, on the front opposition bench, Mr. Balfour reclines with an air of graceful indolence, and beyond, Mr. Walter Long gently dozes, his arms folded, his head sunk back upon the cushion, his ruddy October face giving a touch of warmth and colour to the scene. Perhaps Mr. Austen Chamberlain sits up alert and watchful, but for the real picture of Britain guarding her own, you must turn to Mr. Chaplin. There is no laxity here. The afternoon may be drowsy and the cushioned seats seductive, but the stern sentinel of empire knows no rest. If the son of Britain is to go down, it shall not be because he slept. Let the enemy look to it. They shall find him ware and waken as they found him long ago. His eye is upon them in stern reproof of their knaveries. He seizes some paper and makes notes, not unconscious that the enemy are trembling visibly at the menace that overshadows them. He takes off his hat under the stress of emotion, and you are surprised at the youthful hue of the chestnut hair. He returns it resolutely and firmly to his brows. A new point has struck him. More notes, more craven fear opposite. He rises, and then what Jovian thunders echo round the house in sonorous reverberation. With what pomp the portly platitude stalks forth to combat. See the noble sweep of the right arm, the graceful handling of the cambric handkerchief, the fine fervour of the monocle. Hear the deep chest notes sink into unimaginable depths under the burden of Britain's woes and radical iniquities. You feel that he would weep but for the Spartan spirit that sustains him. For the splendid thing about Mr. Chaplin is that he takes himself seriously. There, as Corporal Nym would say, is the humour of it. There is the respect that fills the house with joy at his rising, and makes his florid flourishes so gay an interlude. It is not vanity in any mean or unworthy sense. It is the calm, ineradicable conviction of the governing class, the ancien régime. He is a statesman, not by virtue of so dangerous and democratic a thing as intellect, but by divine right, by right of blood and race. Brains may be necessary in business, but what you want in statesmanship, sir, is blood. It is blood that tells, sir. What is wrong with the House of Commons to-day is that there is not enough blood in it. Shopkeepers, lawyers, coal miners, journalists sitting here in the seats of the mighty, some of them even on the front bench opposite. Oh, sir, the pity of it! Oh, my poor, misguided, fallen country! But, sir, and the portly frame distends with magnanimity, I will never desert her. I will never leave the burning deck. It is this portentous gravity and detachment from reality that make him, if not witty himself, the cause of wit in other men. He is not merely a thing of beauty, but a joy forever. What moment, for example, ever rivaled the hilarity that shook the House when, speaking on the Old Age Pension Bill, he declaimed, his left hand upon his heart, his right uplifted to the heavenly witness, "It has ever been the purpose of my life to do nothing that would sap the foundations of thrift among the poor." He paused, puzzled by the hurricane of laughter, for his mind moves with bucolic leisure, and it did not occur to him that his noble sentiment had any application to himself. He, a gentleman of blood and birth, whose career was a legend of splendid lavishness, and who in his old age honoured the State by receiving from it a trifling pension of £1,200 a year, a mere bagatelle, a thank-offering, as it were, from a grateful public, almost indeed in the nature of conscience-money. The incident revealed the true workings of a type of mind so remote from the thought of our day as to be well-nigh incredible. It is a type of mind that belongs to the 18th century. It sees society in two clearly defined strata: a small select aristocracy, born booted and spurred to ride; a large dim mass, born saddled and bridled to be ridden. It is a divine arrangement. Does not even the Catechism support this theory of human society by bidding you to order yourself lowly and reverently toward your betters? He loves the poor in a fine old English way. That is, he loves them from the point of view of a kindly providence. They are poor by the grace of God, as he is an aristocrat by the same divine authority. I think he would probably spend his pension in scattering benefactions among his retainers, but it would never occur to him that they belonged to the same hemisphere as himself, that the moral code which was for them was for him also. Thrift, for example, is a noble thing in the labourer earning 15 shillings a week, but thrift in a gentleman of blood, sir? God forbid, for his view of the aristocracy is the view of the French lady in the days before the Revolution, who, speaking of the vices of a certain nobleman and his prospective career in another world, said with reverent abasement, "But the Almighty will think twice before damning a gentleman of his quality." If Mr. Chaplin ever reads Carlyle, how his heart must be stirred by that moving passage, probably the only one in all that turgid torrent that would be quite clear to his simple faith. It is a faith which regards the established order of things as sacred and eternal. It is, therefore it ought to be. It is the view summed up by Thwackum in Tom Jones. "When I mention religion," said Thwackum, "I mean the Christian religion, and not only the Christian religion, but the Protestant religion, and not only the Protestant religion, but the Church of England." It is this view of the divinity that doth hedge his class that is the motive of his politics. He honestly believes that the greatness of England consists in the prosperity of a noble landed caste. Hence his one serious contribution to legislation, the Agricultural Rates Bill, by which ingenious device the task of paying the agricultural rates fell upon the towns with excellent results to the landlord's rent. Hence, too, his devotion to protection, to which but this is a subject which should be approached with more solemnity, for it is here that Mr. Chaplin must cease to be regarded as a politician. Rather, he is a prophet. Through long, long years he was as one crying in the wilderness. The giddy world passed him by, heeded not his message, laughed him and Mr. Jimmy Lowther to scorn. "Give us a good thumping duty on corn," was their cry, "and all will be well. Then shall the clouds drop fatness, and England, our brave little England, be merry England once more." Fleeting hopes passed before their vision. Reciprocity and fair trade came like the cup of Tantalus to the lip and vanished, and all again was dark, and the voice went on crying in the wilderness. But a day came when he who had been most scornful in his laughter at these antique jesters suddenly saw a great light, suddenly saw that the way to make the people rich and happy was not to give them abundance, but scarcity, not to make things cheap, but dear. And, filled with this amazing marvel, he launched my policy and changed the current of history. But it was the Squire of Blankney who was the prophet of the new dispensation. It is the Squire of Blankney who, after years of derision and mocking laughter, sits to-day under his vine and fig tree, contemplating the work of his hand, thinking over the solitary days when he was a voice crying in the wilderness, looking forward confidently to the time when a thumping duty on corn will make us all happy and hungry, and rejoicing in the rare privilege of the prophet who has lived to see the acceptance of his prophecy. It is a rare revenge for the blow that was dealt him in 1900, when, having served his queen and country, as he would say in that noble rhetoric of his, with prudence, and he would hope with success, he was, O miserable, ungrateful world, abandoned. Yes, abandoned. He, Henry Chaplin, left out of Her Majesty's Ministry, out in the cold like a dog. Oh, the bitterness of that day! Not that he was sorry for himself, not at all, but he mourned for his country, his betrayed and desolated country. For the sad truth has to be told that the prophet was never appreciated by his friends at his real worth. I am afraid that they did not take up protection earlier, not because they were not protectionists at heart, but because they feared that anything which Mr. Chaplin advocated must be disastrous. They loved him as their licensed jester. They were grateful to him for his honest service, for the way he would plant his burly form in the breach when the enemy were nigh, as on that famous day of the Royal Hunt Cup, when the Conservative Government were in danger of defeat by a snap division, and he, like Horatius of old, rushed in to hold the bridge and save the town, and talked and talked and talked, while messengers hurried forth, west and east and south and north, to summon the array, and never ceased until the fear that was written on the face of the whips was turned to the gladness of conscious victory. But while they appreciated these heroisms, they did not take him seriously, and yet no man ever worked harder at his task according to his capacity than he has done. A friend of his tells how he was once staying with him at a country house, and in the midst of conversation Mr. Chaplin excused himself on the ground of work. And later the friend, while wandering in the pastures, heard from the other side of the hedge a sonorous voice delivering itself thus: "Mr. Speaker, sir, little did I think when I came down to the House this afternoon that I should feel it incumbent upon me, in pursuance of my duty to my country, and, Mr. Speaker, may I add to myself, to address this House upon—" And the friend fled from the august recital. Mr. Chaplin, however, bore the whips and scorns of colleagues with the gallant spirit with which he took his losses on the turf. For the decline of his fortunes is understood to be not wholly due to the lack of the thumping duty on corn, but to that sport of gentlemen to which his really serious life has been devoted. Not that he has been without his triumphs, for is he not the Henry Chaplin, the owner of Hermit? And who that knows the turf finds not in that name the music of the spheres? Who knows not the brave story, that epic of the race-course, of how the unknown horse flashed on that June day, significantly heralded by a snowstorm, to victory in the Derby of 1867, winning for its owner £140,000 and a deathless fame? Easy come, easy go, and Mr. Chaplin's fortune went easily, for he is a man of delicate tastes, a Lucullus of the restaurant who is reputed to know as much about the gastronomic art as he does about horseflesh. and more, if that be possible, than he does about politics, with whom a noble hospitality is innate, and in whom, as in Charles Surface, that hobbling beldame economy cannot keep pace with generosity. He has the gift of spending, and leaves the duty of saving to the poor. It is not that he is prodigal, but that he has that princely point of view illustrated by the Duke, of whom Sir William Harcourt used to tell, who, having got into difficulties, applied for advice to Mr. Greville, a friend of Sir William's. Mr. Greville investigated the affairs of the Duke, and he came to him and said, "Duke, I think your establishment is larger than it ought to be." And the Duke said, "Really, Charles, do you think so?" And Mr. Greville said, "Yes, I find, for instance, you have got 3 confectioners in your kitchen. I think that is more than is indispensable." And the Duke looked at him in great surprise, and he said, "You don't mean to say so? Why, after all, a man must have a biscuit." That is Mr. Chaplin's view. He must have a biscuit. When Sleaford, forgetful of its long allegiance, forgetful of the lustre shed upon it by Mr. Chaplin, left him in the debacle of 1906 at the bottom of the poll, he, with his long experience of the vicissitudes of fortune, took his coup de grace with his habitual good temper, and gave to Wimbledon the distinction of being represented in Parliament by the owner of Hermit. It is an honour well fitted to Wimbledon. Age cannot wither him, nor custom stale. He lingers on into these drab, prosaic times, a glorious reminiscence of the days of the dandies, defying the machinations alike of time and of the radicals, cheerful and debonair, his ample hat sitting on his head, with just a suspicion of a sporting angle, his cambric peeping from his breast pocket, with a subtle suggestion of gallantry, his eyeglass worn as if to the manner born. A kindly, simple-hearted gentleman, with the gracious manners of an earlier day, slightly exaggerated, a mirror in which we may see the England of long ago, and the Toryism that is dead, or, if not dead, passed into a shape less reputable because less honest. Long may we see him, the last of his type, sitting on the front opposition bench, taking notes and watching over the Empire, a pleasant figure of industrious futility. We could better spare a greater man. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings, by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Lord Curzon. Lord Curzon would have been a great man if he could occasionally have forgotten Lord Curzon. Health is always unconscious of itself. It is not until sickness that one is aware of the body. It is not until a nation has lost its freedom that it becomes conscious of itself, and the spirit of nationalism burns like a fever in the blood. And the mind in perfect health is equally self-forgetful. Lord Curzon has never enjoyed that health. He has dwelt in a house of mirrors. Wherever he has turned, he has met the dazzling vision of himself. Oxford was but a setting for one magical figure, Parliament the stage for one inimitable actor, India the background for one radiant form in purple and gold. When poor Sir Naylor Leland opposed him at Southport, he turned and rent him as if he were a dog desecrating the sanctuary. When simple St. John Brodrick, forgetful of the Balliol days when he had been honoured by the notice of the Honourable George Nathaniel Curzon, dared to veto his action in India because he feared Lord Kitchener even more than he feared Lord Curzon, he forbade him his presence. Where he went, Mr. Brodrick must not be. He would not have him in the same social hemisphere. He must get a hemisphere of his own. God may forgive him, he is reported to have said, but I never will. It is one of Mr. Chesterton's jolly maxims that a man should be able to laugh at himself, poke fun at himself, enjoy his own absurdity. It is an excellent test of mental health. Man is a tragicomedian. He should see himself the quaint forked radish that he is, fantastic as well as wonderful. He should see his mind ready to do battle and die if need be for an idea, but equally ready to get into a passion because his egg is boiled too hard. He should, in a word, see himself not as a hero, but as a man of strange virtues and stranger follies, a figure to move him to alternate admiration and laughter. Lord Curzon has never laughed at himself. He has only admired. And from this immense seriousness, this absence of the faculty of wholesome self-ridicule and self-criticism, issue those mistakes with which his career is strewn, a type of which was his appeal to the sympathy of the world for having asked for and been refused a seat in the House of Lords. It seemed to him an insult to majesty. It seemed to the world a joke. It kept the satire of his Oxford days true to the mature man. It made credible all those strange stories of the pomp and circumstance of the Durbar, of the Viceroy who would not touch swords with the chiefs, but left that menial function to the Duke of Connaught, and who turned the wild extravagance of that colossal show into a triumph in which he filled the role of imperial Caesar. This grandiose vision of himself as Caesar was at the root of most of his mistakes in India. It was responsible, for example, for that adventure into Tibet, an adventure without motive and without consequence, except the motive of personal réclame, and the consequence of shooting down a defenceless people like a flock of sheep, and burdening the Indian peasant with his income of £2 a year with new taxation. A high price to pay for the glory of being the first viceroy to penetrate to Lhasa. It was responsible for that costly folly of the Durbar. The people were dying of famine and of plague, and he gave them a circus, for which they had to pay out of their misery. It was responsible, too, for that stupendous white elephant, the Victoria Memorial, which is sinking into the mud of the Maidan at Calcutta. The people asked for a memorial that would regenerate their industry, a great scheme of technical and scientific education. Mr. J. N. Tata, the wealthy Parsee, offered to start such a scheme with $250,000 of money. It was refused, and the people were offered an idle showpiece, in Lord Curzon's grandiloquent phrase, a snow-white fabric arising from the green expanse of the Calcutta Maidan, the Taj of the 20th century. He might have given India an instructed people. He promised a pretty toy. It was this view of the mild Hindu as a child, to be amused and paternally governed, that was the vice of his method. He was aloof on Olympus. India had no access to him. Hindus like Mr. Gokhale, one of the ablest men and noblest characters with whom I have ever come in contact, and Mr. Surendra Nath Banerjee were ignored. They were natives, children like the rest. Had he listened to them, that fatal partition of Bengal would never have been carried out, or would have been carried out differently. It was carried out ruthlessly, and no more momentous act was ever accomplished. It has set India alight with a flame that will never die down. "When I went out to India in 1902," said a well-known Englishman to me, "there was no national movement. Today all the land ferments with new national ideals. We owe that to Lord Curzon's provocative policy. He has created the new India." It is good that there should be a new India. It is not good that it should come to birth with the bitter feeling of British injustice. The exaggerated sense of one's own place in the scheme of things involves depreciation of the place of others. Lord Curzon always underrated the Indian intelligence, and always forgot that the Indian was a man with the sensibilities of a man. If you prick him, will he not bleed? If you tickle him, will he not laugh? He often laughed at his lordship, sometimes good-naturedly, as when, at the time of the Durbar, Lord Curzon organized a show with the admirable idea of promoting native industries. He denounced those who got their furniture and their artistic ideals from Tottenham Court Road. The retort was crushing. It was pointed out that his residence at the Durbar had been furnished by Maples, whose business is actually in Tottenham Court Road. Sometimes the laughter had a ring of anger. Everyone remembers that blazing indiscretion at the convocation of Calcutta University, when, addressing the Bengali students and the cream of intellectual India, he spoke of truth as a Western virtue, and more than hinted that the Orientals, like the Cretans, were liars, and that they were given to flattery and other heinous sins. A shudder went through society. How would India take this insult? The situation was saved by a Hindu with a characteristically tenacious memory. He went home, took down Problems of the Far East by George N. Curzon, and a day or two later there appeared in the Amritsar Bazar Patrika, side by side with the offending passages in the speech, the following extract from Lord Curzon's book. Before proceeding to the royal audience, I enjoyed an interview with the President of the Korean Foreign Office, having been particularly warned not to admit to him that I was only 33 years old, an age to which no respect attaches in Korea. When he put to me the straight question, always the first in the Oriental dialogue, "How old are you?" I unhesitatingly responded, 40. "Dear me," he said, "you look very young for that. How do you account for it?" "By the fact," I replied, "that I have been travelling for a month in the superb climate of His Majesty's dominions." Finally he said to me, "I presume you are a near relative of Her Majesty the Queen of England?" "No," I replied, "I am not." But observing the look of disgust that passed over his countenance, I was fain to add, "I am, however, as yet an unmarried man," with which unscrupulous suggestion I completely regained the old gentleman's favour. India was dissolved in laughter. It almost forgave the insult for the sake of the jest. Coupled with his exalted view of himself, Lord Curzon has an energy, industry, and capacity that are probably unrivalled. They showed themselves at Oxford, where he missed his first ingrates. The indignity cut him to the quick. It must be wiped out by heroic means. He must win the Lothian prize. He went away to Egypt with his books of reference. He worked incessantly, came back to London, spent a fortnight at the British Museum putting the finishing touches on his work, and at midnight on the last day for receiving the essays dashed up in a cab to the schools, awoke the porter, handed in his essay, and won the prize. With a similar fury of industry, he later won the Arnold Prize. This power of work he has always shown. In India he was the wonder of the service. His hand was everywhere. Nothing was delegated. No subject was too microscopic to escape him. He instructed the government proofreaders in the correct use of the comma, and called the Bengal government to book for 3 errors in the inscription placed on Macaulay's Calcutta house. I remember one incident of this abnormal industry and personal sensitiveness. An article criticizing him had appeared in a London paper. It came back to the editor, neatly pasted on foolscap sheets of paper. In the margin he had written, for private information, an elaborate and detailed reply to every sentence. He was not loved by the officials, that is, not necessarily to his discredit. No viceroy who did his duty to India would be loved by the officials. He had gone out with the gospel of efficiency, and he was imperious in his reforms and in the insistence on his supremacy. The famous Note on Departmentalism is still a classic in Indian official circles. It is read o'nights over the pipe and the glass, and such passages as, "Departmentalism is not a moral delinquency, it is an intellectual hiatus," still makes the rafters ring. There was never a viceroyalty so full of the drama of action. Every day had its new sensation. In every scene the limelight was upon him, and India today, for good and evil, is largely what he made it. Many of his reforms were excellent, many of his practical schemes admirable. He held commissions and inquiries, and, what is more, acted on them. His irrigation scheme was a great and worthy effort to combat famine. He made a brave stand for the right of the Indian to equal justice. His action in regard to the 9th Lancers was high and courageous. The evidence pointed to one of them having been guilty of the murder of a native cook, a common enough occurrence. They refused to disclose the murderer. He degraded the regiment. When it marched past at the Durbar, all official India applauded loudly. It was meant as a rebuke to Lord Curzon, sitting there silent upon his horse. I hope he saw that it was not a rebuke, but the proudest compliment of his career. Nor do I think he was wrong in the final rupture with Lord Kitchener. At any rate, he stood for a great principle, the civil control of the army. No estimate of Lord Curzon would be complete which omitted the fact that he has fought his battle with the handicap of physical weakness. He has lived his life, as it were, on broken wing. To that we may trace the defects of temperament and outlook, nor can one forget the tragedy of his domestic life, the loss of the brilliant partner of his career in circumstances full of pathos. A brilliant man, full of energy, full of ambition, full of capacity, still young, though more than 40, burning to be in the heart of the fight, he finds himself with no path open, no role to play, his career closed ere it was well begun. The brilliant Indian episode left him stranded on the political shore. For a time he cast longing eyes upon the House, where he had once been the best graced actor, and where his eager temperament could alone find scope for play. Then he turned sadly to the House of Lords, and the shades of that decorous prison house closed on his imperious spirit. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Winston Churchill. It was 11:45, midnight. Mr. Balfour was once more at bay, defending his tottering ministry from collapse. The immediate point was a certain closure resolution. What were the terms? It was vital to the Opposition that they should know, and know tonight. Mr. Balfour fenced and feinted. He would not give the condition. He would hand them to the clerk on the adjournment. Once in his hands, they were unpublished and undiscussable until tomorrow. The moment of adjournment had almost come, and Mr. Balfour had gained his point. He threw down the document on the table, and the Opposition sank back defeated. In the moment of discomfiture, a figure moved towards the table, the figure of a youth, fair, slight, with head thrust forward, eyes protuberant, eyebrows lacking, the whole air that of boyish audacity. He seized the document, turned back to his seat, and before the House had quite realized what had happened, was disclosing, on the usual nightly motion that this House do now adjourn, the whole scheme in the form of a rain of questions addressed to Mr. Balfour. The secret was out. The Speaker rose, the House adjourned, and the members poured out into the lobbies, excitedly discussing Winston's audacity and what it had disclosed. It was the Churchill touch. It carried the mind back to those brief years when another Churchill was the storm centre of the House, bearding the mighty Gladstone with calculated insolence, ridiculing the Marshall and Snelgroves of his own party, and leaping on to his seat in the hour of victory, waving his hat and shouting with schoolboy glee. What a meteor it was! How brilliant its path, how dramatic its climax, how tragic its eclipse! And now his son leaps forward into the arena with the same daring, the same aplomb, the same incomparable insolence. Again the cry is, "A Churchill! A Churchill!" And to that cry the street responds as to no other. For it is the call to high adventure and careless gallantry. It suggests the clatter of hoofs in the moonlight, the clash of swords on the turnpike road. It is the breath of romance stirring the prosaic air of politics. When nature has fashioned a genius, says Emerson, she breaks the mould. It is true of genius, in spite of the possible exception of the Pitts. It is not true of talent. A Caesar does not follow a Caesar, nor a Shakespeare, nor a Cromwell a Cromwell. But today we have remarkable evidence of the transmission of high talent. Mr. Harcourt, Mr. Churchill, and Lord Hugh Cecil are not inferior to the fathers that begat them. Mr. Churchill, indeed, is superior to his father, for to Lord Randolph's flair and courage and instinct for the game he adds a knowledge and industry his father did not possess. He works with the same fury that he plays, attacks a subject with the intrepidity with which he attacks an opponent in the House. "What are all those books on Socialism?" asked a friend of mine who was calling on Mr. Churchill just before his departure on a tour to East Africa. "They are going to be my reading on the voyage," he replied. "I'm going to see what the Socialist case really is." And so with his speeches. "The mistake you young men make," said Mr. Chamberlain to some rising politicians, "is that you don't take trouble with your speeches." That is not Mr. Churchill's way. I have been told by one who was in Scotland with him when he was campaigning that he never appeared at his hostess's table until tea time. All day he might be heard booming away in his bedroom, rehearsing his facts and his flourishes to the accompaniment of resounding knocks on the furniture. It is not that he is without readiness. No one is more intrepid in debate. But he is too wise to rely on that faculty in a set speech. He has the genius which consists of taking infinite pains. The speech with which he leapt into Parliamentary fame was that in which, while still the youngest recruit of Toryism, he shattered Mr. Brodrick's army scheme. It electrified the House by its grasp of the problems of national defence and its spacious movement in the higher realms of moral purpose. "I wrote that speech out 6 times with my own hand," he told me. The courage which that speech displayed sustained him throughout the transition from Toryism to Liberalism. There is no parallel in our time to the intensity of the feeling which that transition aroused. His rising filled the Government ranks with visible frenzy, a frenzy which culminated one day in the whole party, 250 strong, getting up as one man and marching out of the House as he rose to speak. It was the highest tribute ever paid to a Parliamentary orator. It was as though the enemy fled at his appearance from a literal battlefield. And, indeed, the whole spirit of his politics is military. It is impossible to think of him except in the terms of actual warfare. The smell of powder is about his path, and wherever he appears one seems to hear the crack of musketry and to feel the hot breath of battle. To his impetuous swiftness he joins the gift of calculating strategy. His eye takes in the whole field, and his skirmishes are not mere exploits of reckless adventure, but are governed by the purpose of the main battle. He would not, with Rupert, have pursued the flying wing he had broken. He would, like Cromwell, have turned and smashed in the enemy's centre from the rear. This union of intrepidity and circumspection is accompanied by an independence of aim and motive that must always keep him a little under suspicion. He is a personal force and not a party instrument, and he will never be easily controlled except by himself. He knows nothing of the loyalties which have governed other contemporary leaders of the party. C.B. was anchored to a simple faith in democracy. Mr. Asquith is the authentic vehicle of the collective purpose. Mr. Harcourt is governed by tradition. Even Mr. Lloyd George, with all his personal energy and initiative, is too sensitive to the popular judgment to run amok. But Mr. Churchill knows no sanction except his own will, and when he is seized with an idea, he pursues it with an intensity that seems unconscious of opposition. "I will go to Worms, though there are as many devils in Worms as there are tiles on the roofs of the house," said Luther, and that is Mr. Churchill's frame of mind. It follows from this combination of daring and astuteness that his oratory has the qualities of the writer as well as of the rhetorician. There is form and substance as well as flame and spirit. Like the hero of his novel Savrola, in which at 23 he foreshadows his career, he burnt the midnight oil over his brilliant impromptus. He will tell you that his father not only learned his speeches, but studied his gestures and his pauses, would fumble in his pockets for a note he did not want. Mr. Churchill is not indifferent to the same arts to heighten his effect, but with the consciousness of power he is tending to rely less upon mere artificialities of manner and more upon the appeal to the intelligence. Nor does his oratory need extrinsic aids. It is rich and varied in its essential qualities. The architecture is broad and massive. The colouring is vivid but not gaudy. He does not worry a humour to weariness. He strikes the note of gravity and authority with a confidence that one can hardly reconcile with the youthful face. And his satire can be quite in the leisured 18th-century style, as when, attacking Mr. Balfour's Cabinet on the fiscal issue, he said, "They are a class of right honourable gentlemen, all good men, all honest men, who are ready to make great sacrifices for their opinions, but they have no opinions. They are ready to die for the truth, if they only knew what truth was. They are weary of office. They wish anything would relieve them of its cares, but their patriotic duty compels them to remain, although they have no opinions to offer, holding their opinions undecided and unflinching like George II at the Battle of Dettingen, sans peur et sans avis." He is extraordinarily youthful even for his years. He has the curiosity and animation of a child in fairyland, a child consumed with the thirst for life. He must know all, taste all, devour all. He is drunk with the wonder and the fascination of living. A talk with him is as exhilarating as a gallop across country, so full is it of adventure and of the high spirits and eagerness of youth. No matter what the subject, soldiering or science, religion or literature, he plunges into it with the joy of a boy taking a header in the sea. And to the insatiable curiosity and the enthusiasm of the child he joins the frankness of the child. He has no reserves and no shams. He takes you, as it were, by the arm on the instant, and makes you free of all the domain of his mind. You are welcome to anything that he has, and may pry into any corner you like. He has that scorn of concealment that belongs to a caste which never doubts itself and to a personality that is entirely fearless. And he is as frank with himself as with you. "Yes," he said, "I have read James's Immortality. I have read it 3 times. It impressed me deeply. But finally I came to the conclusion that I was lacking in the religious sense, and put it away." He has coupled with this sense of deficiency a real reverence for the spiritual man. His admiration for Lord Hugh Cecil is sincere and unaffected. He speaks of him as one who dwells within the palace of the king, while he stands without the gate. His school was the barrack-room, his university the battlefield. He has served in 2 regiments of the line, fought with the Spaniards in Cuba, and held a commission in the South African Light Horse. He knows life in 4 continents, and has smelt powder in 3. He has seen more wars than any man of his years, written more books than any soldier living. He has been a war correspondent. He has been taken prisoner. He has escaped from prison. And he showed the same address in war as in politics. General Smuts told me that when he held up the armoured train on which Mr. Churchill was captured, he was struck by the energy and capacity of a fair-haired youth who led the defence. When they surrendered, this youth modestly claimed special privileges in telegraphing to his friends on the ground that he was a war correspondent. The General laughed. "You have done all the damage that's been done," he said. "You fight too well to be treated as a civilian. And now," added the General, in telling me the story, "I am going to the Colonial Office to see if I can get a favour out of that fair-haired youth in memory of our meeting on the veldt." When, hot from campaigning on Indian frontiers and Egyptian sands, he galloped up to Westminster with his breezy "Stand and Deliver," he found Mr. Balfour lacking in enthusiasm. Mr. Balfour knew his father, indeed followed his father in the jolly Hounslow Heath days of the early '80s. But while it was capital fun to go tiger hunting with a Churchill, it was another affair to have a Churchill worrying you in office. He remembered his uncle's famous mot. When, after the memorable resignation, he was asked if he did not want Lord Randolph back, Lord Salisbury replied, When you have got rid of a boil on the neck, you don't want it back again. Mr. Balfour determined that he would not have a boil on his neck. His coolness did Mr. Churchill a service. It hastened his inevitable development. Like his father, he has the instinct of democratic appeal. His intellectual fearlessness carries him resistlessly along the path of constitutional development. The fundamental vice of conservatism is that it distrusts the people. Its fundamental policy is to hoodwink the people, bribe them, drug them, use them as tools. Lord Randolph saw the folly of this. He saw that no party could be vital without the sanction of an instructed people, and that the modern state was healthy in proportion to the development of a healthy democratic opinion. He tried to hitch the democracy to the Tory chariot by making Toryism a real instrument of reform. It was a gallant dream, and he was broken on the wheel in the attempt. Mr. Churchill is happier in his fate. He was fired out of the Tory tabernacle before he had eaten out his heart in a vain service. His future is the most interesting problem of personal speculation in English politics. At 34 he stands before the country one of the two most arresting figures in politics, his life a crowded drama of action, his courage high, his vision unclouded, his boats burned. "I love Churchill and trust him," said one of his colleagues to me. "He has the passion of democracy more than any man I know. But don't forget that the aristocrat is still there, latent and submerged, but there nevertheless. The occasion may arise when the two Churchills will come into sharp conflict, and I should not like to prophesy the result." We may doubt both the democrat and the aristocrat, and suspect that his real political philosophy is the philosophy of Caesarism. If we could conceive him in a great upheaval, he would be seen emerging in the role of what Bagehot calls a Benthamite despot, dismissing all feudal ideas and legitimist pretensions, sweeping aside all aristocracies, proclaiming the democratic doctrine of the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and seating himself astride the storm as the people's Caesar, at once dictator and democrat. But Caesarism, however picturesque and in certain conditions even unavoidable, is never more than a temporary episode, a stop-gap expedient in a society shifting to new foundations. Our foundations are fixed, and Mr. Churchill's genius will have to find its scope within existing limits. There his detachment from the current philosophies, his impetus of mind, and his personal force make him a not easily calculable factor. More than any man of his time, he approaches an issue without mental reserves or the restraints of party caution or calculation. To his imperious spirit, a party is only an instrument. Au fond, he would no more think of consulting a party than a chauffeur would think of consulting his motor car. His magnificent egotism takes refuge in no concealments. You see all the processes of his mind. It may be said of him, as Lord Russell said of the British Constitution, that he is like a hive of bees working under a glass cover. He leaves you in no doubt. He does not hum and haw. He is not paralyzed by the fear of consequences, nor afraid to contemplate great changes. He knows that to deal in millions is as simple as to deal in pence, and that timidity is the unpardonable sin in politics. Has he staying power? Can one who has devoured life with such feverish haste retain his zest to the end of the feast? How will 40 find him? That fatal 40, when the youth of roselight and romance has faded into the light of common day, and the horizon of life has shrunk incalculably, and when the flagging spirit no longer answers to the spur of external things, but must find its motive and energy from within, or find them not at all? That is the question that gives us pause. For with all his rare qualities, Mr. Churchill is the type of the gentleman of fortune. He is out for adventure, and follows politics as he would follow the hounds. He has no animus against the fox, but he wants to be in at the kill. It is recorded that when, a fiery-headed boy at Harrow, he was asked what profession he thought of taking up, he replied, "The army, of course, so long as there's any fighting to be had. When that's over I shall have a shot at politics." He is still the Harrow boy, having his shot at politics, not so much concerned about who the enemy may be or about the merits of the quarrel as about being in the thick of the fight and having a good time. With the facility of the Churchill mind, he feels the pulse of Liberalism with astonishing sureness, and interprets it with extraordinary ability. But the sense of high purpose is not yet apparent through the fierce joy of battle that possesses him. The passion for humanity, the stern resolve to see justice done, though the heavens fall and he be buried in the ruins, the surrender of himself to the cause, these things have yet to come. His eye is less on the fixed stars than on the wayward meteors of the night, and when the exhilaration of youth is gone and the gallop of high spirits has run its course, it may be that this deficiency of high and abiding purpose will be a heavy handicap. Then it will be seen how far courage and intellectual address, a mind acutely responsive to noble impulses, and a quick and apprehensive political instinct will carry him in the leadership of men. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, The Reverend R.J. Campbell. Whether to friend or foe, the Reverend R.J. Campbell is one of the most arresting personalities in the London of our time. He is the voice of disquiet and of challenge. He is the disturber of our comfortable peace. He hurries with breathless eagerness from point to point, the lighted torch ever in his hand, the trail of conflagration ever in his wake. He follows no lead except that of his own urgent, unquiet spirit. He is indifferent to consequences, will brook no interference, drives straight forward, deaf to appeals from the right hand or the left. Friends cannot persuade him, parties cannot hold him, creeds cannot limit him. He is like the wind that bloweth where it listeth. If stagnation is death and discontent divine, then he is one of the best assets of our time. He flings his bombs into the stagnant parlors of our thought and thrills the air with the spirit of unrest. Acquiescence and content vanish at his challenge. The sleeper rubs his eyes. He is awake. The vision is before him. The air is filled with the murmur of many voices. He, too, must be up and doing. In the great, dim, industrial cities of the North, where in the dark of the winter and the grey dawn of the summer mornings the women, clothed in their shawls and clogs, go forth to their labour in the mills, there is a familiar figure. He is known as the knocker-up. At 4 o'clock the clatter of his clogs rings down the silent street, and the thunder of his knock echoes from every door. He passes, and soon in the darkness there is the sound of a people awake. Doors bang, and voices ring out on the still air, and there follows the harsh music of 1,000 clogs, pattering in shrill chorus to the mills. The battle of life has recommenced. Mr. Campbell is the knocker-up in the dawn of the 20th century. The chimes of the great cathedral surge dreamful music on our slumbers, but across from the city temple comes the sound of a bell, violent, clangorous, insistent, that shatters sleep and awakes the city. You may not like it, you may find it harsh and discordant, but at least it makes you leap to your feet, if only to take up its challenge. Nonconformity does not know what to make of this apparition that has suddenly burst into its midst. It finds its throne, as it were, in the hands of the revolutionary. It finds the old flags that waved from the keep hauled down, and the twin flags of the new theology and socialism flying defiantly in the breeze. It finds its doctrines vaporized into thin air, diffused into a kind of purple mist, beautiful but intangible. It finds itself indicted in its own cathedral for the sin of Phariseeism, pictured to the world, as Mrs. Oliphant loved to picture it, as a system of smug content, caricatured in the bitter sneer of Swift. We are God's chosen few, all others will be damned. There is no place in heaven for you, we can't have heaven crammed.
It has borne the scourge with singular restraint. It knows that there has been a certain truth in the charge in the past. It knows that there is less truth in it today than at any time since it was born out of the purging fires of persecution. It has been the church of the middle classes. But its future, as Sir Compton Rickett has said, is with the people, and it is to them that its appeal is directed today. The work of men like F.B. Meyer and John Clifford, Sylvester Horne and Ensor Walters, Campbell Morgan and Thomas Phillips reflects the new spirit that has been breathed in these days into the dry bones of nonconformity. It is otherwise with the challenge to its faith. Here Mr. Campbell has done a real service. He has done the service to the religious world which Mr. Chamberlain did to the political world when he challenged the economic structure of the state. He was wrong, but he made us discover that we were right. He set the whole nation to think out the problem of its economic existence. We had accepted the faith as final and had forgotten its very elements. We were in servitude to a theory that we did not understand and did not want to understand. He made us dig down to our foundations and see if they were true. He put us on our defense and taught us our case. And so free trade was born again. It was a fetish. It has become a faith. This we owe to Mr. Chamberlain. And so with Mr. Campbell. He has challenged our religious structure at its centre and has set the mind of his time seething with unrest and inquiry. He has lighted a fire which will burn up the refuse and leave the residue pure and vital. He has made the man in the street think about ultimate things, and no one can do a greater service to his time. But, says the divinity student, think of the danger. The danger to what? asks the autocrat. The danger to truth, says the divinity student. And the autocrat answers, truth is tough. You may kick it about all day like a football, and it will be round and full like the moon at evening, while error dies of the prick of a pen. We need not worry about truth. It comes out of the battle smoke unharmed, leaving the lie dead upon the plain. The churches needed this challenge. They had ceased to face those obstinate questionings of the intellect which will not be stilled, or if they are stilled only as the restless strivings of the fevered patient are stilled, with the drugs of a deathly indifference. The world has passed them by. Mr. Campbell has made them dig down to their foundations. He has put them upon their defence, and out of the dust and heat of the conflict it may be that faith will be born again. It is not uncommon to hear him dismissed as a rather crude mind, rushing in where wiser men fear to tread, and fighting out his doubts in the public eye. There is a certain truth in the criticism. He is the ordinary man thinking furiously aloud. He is the preacher wrestling with the plain man's doubts in the pulpit. He is not so much fighting for the souls of his hearers as for his own soul, and in that intense drama the man from the counting-house and the shop sees mirrored his own disquiet and his own hunger. Perhaps he, too, out of this conflict may catch a vision of the promised land. It is this fact that makes him the most attractive pulpit personality of the day to those outside the churches. The orthodox view him with coldness or alarm. He shakes the pillars of the temple and brings the familiar fabric tumbling about their ears without providing another structure equally solid and secure to receive them. He invites them out into the open in pursuit of the rainbow. But to the soul adrift from the churches, yet consumed with the hunger for more revelation that the world cannot provide, the pursuit of the rainbow offers an emotion and a vision that stimulate if they do not satisfy. This visionary fervor is expressed with unaffected sincerity and simplicity. In the oratory of Dr. Parker there was always a suggestion of the stage. It was not that he was insincere, but that the instinct of the drama was ineradicable. He could not forget the limelight, and loved the echoes of his own thunder. Mr. Campbell delivers himself up to his emotion with absolute self-surrender. He goes out of himself, as it were, into space. There is no strain either of thought or diction, no effort after effect, no flowers of speech.
He speaks as the Spirit moves him, without literary consciousness and without any thought of consequences. It is not without spiritual relevance that the pulpit of the City Temple used to be filled by an old man with a black mane, and is now filled by a young man with a white. For the leader of a great crusade he has one serious defect. He is intensely sensitive to criticism. He plays at bowls, but does not look for rubbers. He comes through, as they say, on the green, with crashing force, scattering the woods in his path, and he seems surprised that the woods do not get out of the way, with polite apologies for their presence. "They don't burn you at the stake to-day," he said not long ago. "They stab you in the back." Few men have invited reprisals more. Few men have been treated with more generosity by those who find their beliefs, their errors, if you will, suddenly and furiously assailed from within. He has another defect. It is a certain feverishness of the spirit. There is about him the sense of the hot, uneasy pillow. The raw edges of life chafe him. He cannot escape from the hair shirt of this mortal vestment, and he cannot endure it. Whatever is wrong. The churches are wrong, society is wrong, free trade is wrong. It is this irritation with his environment that gives him the touch of perversity which is so noticeable in him. Nonconformity is definite. He is mystical. Nonconformity is individualistic. He is a member of the I.L.P. The I.L.P. is for free trade. He, I gather from a conversation I had with him, is for tariff reform. He conforms to no system, accepts no shibboleth, either spiritual or temporal. When Sir David Baird's mother heard that her son was captured in India and chained to natives, she remarked placidly, "I pity the poor laddies that are chained to oor David." She knew the imperious waywardness of her son. The way of one chained intellectually to Mr. Campbell would be not less trying. He has the impatience of the idealist in the presence of realities. The vision fades when he touches it concretely. Now, as Lowell says, now ain't just the minute that ever fits us easy while we're in it. The son of a United Methodist minister, brought up in the Presbyterian atmosphere of his grandfather's home at Belfast, he turned instinctively from the appeal of nonconformity, with its lack of sensuous attraction, to that of Anglicanism, with its sense of historic continuity. In the conflict between loyalty to the Free Church traditions of his ancestry and the call of a more aesthetic system, his mind turned away from the pulpit. He married and took up the teaching profession. Then, with the impulsiveness that always drives him, he set out for Oxford, his mind still under the influence of Anglicanism. But the atmosphere of Oxford was Anglican, and that fact, so subversive of the nonconformity of the normal man, headed him back to the original fold. It was not lack of sympathy, for the singular charm of his personality made a deep impression on Dr. Paget, and Dr. Gore was especially anxious to secure so powerful a recruit for the Church. It was the instinct of the nomadic spirit to escape from the encompassing fold. It was the operation of what the psychologists called contrariant ideas. The one way to prevent him going in a given direction is to urge him to go. The one way to enlist him in a cause is to prove that it is contrary to all tradition and propriety. When men reflect upon Mr. Campbell's astonishing career, one question rises to their lips: whither? There is no answer. I question whether Mr. Campbell himself has an answer. He belongs to no planetary system. He is a lonely wanderer through space, a trail of fire burning at white heat, and flashing through the inscrutable night to its unknown goal. His head grey in his youth, his eyes eloquent with some nameless hunger, his face thin and pallid, his physique frail as that of an ascetic of the desert, he stands before us, a figure of singular fascination and disquiet, a symbol of the world's passionate yearning after the dimly apprehended ideal, of its unquenchable revolt against the agonies of men. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29 The Speaker When Murray complained to Byron that some of his poetry was dull, Byron replied, "You can no more have poetry all gems than a midnight all stars." So it is with the House of Commons. Ordinarily it is a very dull place. There is a general air of lassitude and weariness. The benches are thinly peopled with men who seem tired of each other's company. They lounge about in every attitude of negligent inattention. Someone is droning away on a back bench, but he is unheard amid the babble of idle conversation, for though you may not read a book or a paper in the House, you may chatter as fluently as a parakeet at the Zoo. Superficially, it is a gathering of the comfortable unemployed, waiting for something to turn up. Occasionally something does turn up, and then the House leaps to life as if by magic. It has moments more dramatic, more intense than any stage. There was such a moment one afternoon in 1903. Mr. Chamberlain had just flung his bomb into the astonished country, and the House was reeling and reverberating with the concussion. It was as though the familiar continent of politics had been engulfed by the sea, and all the submerged politicians were struggling to find a footing in the new one that had suddenly come from the depths. On this afternoon the air was electric with a suppressed excitement, the benches crowded, the faces of men flushed and expectant. Most flushed of all was the swarthy face of Mr. Ritchie, Chancellor of the Exchequer. He had come down to deliver his soul, a plain, bluff, honest man, conscious of the keen, unnerving presence of the bomb-thrower in the corner seat behind. A question was put. "No," said courtly Mr. Speaker Gully, "the general fiscal question could not under the rules be discussed." It was as though a cold douche had suddenly descended from the ceiling. The drama, then, was to be strangled by red tape. Mr. Ritchie moves from his seat along the front bench, whispers to the chair, gesticulates to the chair. A moment later the prim, clean-shaven lawyer quietly retires, and a jovial-looking country gentleman, ruddy and bearded, takes his place, and when Mr. Ritchie rises to speak and plunges boldly into the fiscal question, there is not a murmur of rebuke from the chair. When he sits down, Mr. Speaker returns with his red tape, and the House subsides into the atmosphere of formality that he loves. The incident illustrates the difference between Mr. Speaker Lowther and his predecessor. Under Mr. Gully the House lived in a strait waistcoat of legal technicality. It crackled with parchment. It was cribbed, cabined, and confined. Its air was the air of a lawyer's office, and Blackstone sat heavy upon its chest. It was a dry, arid place. When Mr. Lowther succeeded to the chair, he opened the windows and let in the fresh air. He came bringing a jolly breeze with him from the country. It is true that he wears a wig and knee-breeches and silver buckles on his shoes, but all that is make-believe. In his pocket, you suspect, there is a pipe, and you feel convinced that he has just come from tramping the moors in very thick boots, with a gun and a dog for company. Or, if that is impossible, then he has been having half an hour at the nets at Lord's, or a little sword practice with his maître d'armes, for he is still young enough to enjoy the matchless sensation of a late cut and the swift pleasure of the foils. The fact probably is that he has been stewing since 9 o'clock over the orders of the day, and the way he shall parry the strokes of those terrible Irishmen whose wits are swords. But I speak of the impression he conveys. It is the impression of the fresh air and the sunshine, of league-long furrows, and of the open sky on the rolling moor. He seems to be a casual presence in this dim chamber. He has strolled in at a moment of aberration, and has taken the seat nearest at hand, a cheerful, bucolic man, sound in wind and limb, digestion excellent, brain clear, and cool temper unruffled. The Speaker stamps his own personality inevitably upon the House. If he is acrid, the temper of the House will be acrid. If he is stiff and formal, the House will be stiff and formal. If he is jolly, the House will be jolly. To-day it is jolly. Mr. Peel ruled by awe, Mr. Gully by law, Mr. Lowther rules by a certain bluff common sense and good humour, which communicate themselves to the members. He makes them feel at home. He is one of themselves. It is not a chill, rebuking figure that sits up there in wig and gown, ready to pounce on you and send you to the clock tower. It is a man and a brother. If he raps you across the knuckles, he does it with so much geniality that you feel that you ought to thank him. He kicks you downstairs with such infinite grace, you might think he was handing you up. Grace is perhaps not the word for that heavy voice and solid manner. It is rather the hearty goodwill of a jovial companion who really loves you in spite of your frailties and scourges you for your own good. Even when he came down with such a heavy hand on Sir Howard Vincent that garrulous knight was able to share the enjoyment of the house. The question was the deportation of Lajpat Rai, and Sir Howard interpolated sotto voce, "Why not shoot him?" Low though it was spoken, it did not escape the terrible ear of Mr. Swift McNeill, the watchdog of the Parliamentary proprieties. "Mr. Speaker," and the whispered words were boomed out on the ears of the indignant House. "I was only speaking to myself," said the discomfited Sir Howard. "The observation did not reach my ears," said the Speaker. "That is all I am prepared to say as to that. I should like to add this, that if the honourable and gallant member for Sheffield would control the observations which he is always interjecting, not only during question time, but during debate, it would be to the general advantage of the House." It was severe, it was just, and it was kindly said. That is the special grace of the Speaker. He is the antithesis of the gentleman in the song of whom it is said that it is not so much the things he says as the nasty way he says them. He says unpleasant things in a pleasant way. He is at his best when the waves run highest. Then he is like oil on the troubled waters. Take that memorable afternoon when the militant suffragists stormed the Ladies' Gallery, which is over the chair and invisible to the Speaker, and flourished their banners with the legend "Votes for Women" in the face of the astonished House. There followed a sound of scuffling and disorder behind the grille which effectually screens the ladies from the vision of the members. Every one knew what it meant. The police were dislodging the invaders. Instantly the storm reacted on the House. Brave hearts below answered to the cry of distress from above. There were girls in the gold reef city, and Mr. Willie Redmond was not the man to hear their cry of agony unmoved. Up he sprang like a knight of old romance. "Mr. Speaker, sir, is it in accordance with your will that a barbarous police should be called in to assault our wives and daughters?" And his voice shook with chivalrous passion. It was a great moment. The House was rent with the passion of a sudden issue. Forked lightnings flashed about the chamber. Anything might happen. There was a breathless pause. What would the Speaker say? Would he defend the police? Would he denounce the women? Would he? Whatever happened, the storm must break. "Unfortunately," said the Speaker, rising with great solemnity, "I seem to be the only member of the House who is unable to see what is taking place." And he looked up pathetically at the canopy that overhangs his chair. The tension broke in a roar of universal laughter, and the storm passed in summer lightnings. There will never be a fight on the floor of the House while Mr. Lowther is in the chair. I do not know what the quality of his fencing, which he practises twice a week with his French maître d'armes, is, but I should imagine that, if he has less Gallic swiftness than Sir Charles Dilke, who is the swordsman of the House, he is nevertheless a difficult man to disarm. For he never loses his head, and he never loses his temper. The harder he is pressed, the cooler he becomes. A duel between him and Mr. Tim Healy, the maître d'armes of political fencing, is the greatest luxury the House affords. The thrusts of Mr. Tim are sudden as lightning, flashing now from that region of the sky and now from this. You look to see whether the stroke has fallen. Ajax, in his full-bottomed wig, stands solid and imperturbable. He takes his time, coughs dryly, starts perhaps a little haltingly, but he comes round with a heavy sweep of his weapon, and the thrust is turned. It is the English and the Irish mind in conflict, directness against swiftness, stubbornness against subtlety, rock against flame. I think the Speaker enjoys these moments, and it is the best tribute to his impartiality that he commands the entire respect of the Irishmen, as of the whole House. It is said that when he was offered the speakership, he replied, "The speakership will give me three things I don't need. It will give me a peerage, which I don't want. It will give me a house in town. I have that already. It will give me a salary of £5,000 a year, and my income is already sufficient." It gave him something else that he did want. It gave him the fulfilment of a wholesome ambition. It enabled him to put the crown upon a Parliamentary record which is, I believe, without parallel. A Lowther has come from Westmoreland to Westminster more or less continuously for some 6 centuries. During a century and a half there has been no break in his direct Parliamentary ancestry. Mr. Lowther's great-grandfather sat for half a century, his grandfather for half a century, his father for a quarter of a century. He himself entered the House in 1883 for Rutlandshire, after a few years' practice at the bar. He is a hereditary legislator in the best sense. The spirit of Parliament is in his blood, and the honour of Parliament is to him something of a personal possession. He will abandon none of its ancient forms or etiquette, but he tempers them with thoughtful concessions. When the poorer members of the House appealed to Mr. Speaker Gully to make the wearing of court dress at his functions optional, they were met with refusal. When they made the same appeal to Mr. Speaker Lowther, they were met with refusal too, but he promptly took the edge off the refusal by inaugurating a series of luncheons where the democratic sans-culotte might be free from the tyranny of velvet and gold buttons and silver buckles. It was a wise compromise. No man in broadcloth and trousers can feel quite happy beside a man who is a sartorial poem. It is like pairing a stump speech with a song of Herrick. Mr. Lowther's success is comforting to the plain man, for it is the success of his own russet-coated virtues. It is the success of one like himself, of a plain man without a touch of genius, almost without a touch of brilliancy, but with all the qualities of the average man in perfect equilibrium. He has culture, loves painting almost as much as stalking the deer, has, since the Cambridge days when as Mr. Lothian Arcade he used to share the theatrical exploits of Lord Crewe, Mr. Alfred Lyttelton, and others, retained his interest in the drama, tells a good story, enjoys a good book. But he is essentially the ordinary man, that is, the ordinary man in an extraordinary degree. His mind full of daylight, the range of his thought limited by the daylight vision, his instinct for justice sound, his spirit firm and masculine as the strong, well-tended hand that he rests upon the arm of the Speaker's chair. He is not one of those who bring new light into the thought of men or add to the sum of human effort. He is the type of the practical man who does his task honestly, firmly, and good-humouredly. That is why, taken all in all, he is the greatest speaker of our time, for the office of Speaker does not demand rare qualities. It demands common qualities in a rare degree. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Herbert Samuel. At an 80 Club dinner not long ago, I was seated beside the chairman, who chanced to be Mr. Herbert Samuel. It was what is known as a house dinner, an occasion of more or less informal debate on a given political subject of the moment. Those who desire to speak are requested to send up their names to the steward, who on this occasion was myself. As invariably happens at 80 Club functions, there was an abundance of men ready to talk, for political speaking is the raison d'être of the club. The names were put down in order and handed to the chairman. He took them, and turning to me, said, "You will speak." I replied that I had no intention of speaking. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Samuel, "you must speak," and he inserted my name high up on the list. I laughed, and took an opportunity of putting my pen through the name. He smiled, took up his pen, and restored it. "I am serious," I said. "So am I," he replied. When the list was exhausted as far as my name, I said, "Please pass my name." Without turning, he announced me to follow, and I obeyed. I do not mention this incident in any spirit of retaliation, but because it illustrates the character of Mr. Herbert Samuel better than anything I can recall. He is implacable and masterful, a man clothed in a suit of impenetrable mail. It is his golden rule to have his own way, not for selfish reasons, but because it is the right way. Argument is wasted on him, entreaty breaks helplessly at the foot of his frozen purpose. He hears your argument with a polite air of having heard all of them from the beginning and found them worthless. He listens to your appeals with the chill calm of an iceberg. It would be easier, I think, to extract tears from the Cromwell statue than to extract from Mr. Samuel a concession which he did not wish to make. If one were asked to find the antithesis of Mr. Balfour in the House of Commons, one would turn, I think, to Mr. Samuel. With Mr. Balfour all is speculative and formless. There is nothing fixed and absolute. He is stricken with the paralysis of indecision. Mr. Samuel, on the other hand, makes decision a habit of mind. I imagine he has a settled conviction about everything under the sun. If there is anything about which he has no settled conviction, then it is outside the range of his interests and does not exist for him. He is one of those men whose minds are always made up. You do not see them in the process of being made up. It is as though they were made up to start with, on the basis of some absolute formula which leaves nothing more to be said. Everything is chose jugée. In Mr. Samuel's precise and profusely pigeon-holed mind there is no room for hesitation about conclusions, because there is no room for doubt about facts. There is nothing of the Oriental man of mystery about Mr. Samuel, but one would have to search long and industriously to discover the reality that dwells behind this perfectly equipped defence. Most men have their moments of unofficial freedom, moments after dinner, for example, when they throw off the mask and delight to be gloriously indiscreet. Holmes says that every man has two doors to himself, one which he keeps open to the world, and another through which only the privileged are permitted to enter, or which is opened in moments of deep feeling or generous confidence. In the case of Mr. Samuel, one feels that the key rusts in the lock of that secret door. "He has made discretion into a fine art," said one of his colleagues to me. He is the type of efficiency. There is no more industrious man in the ministry, none whom you find more completely equipped in knowledge or in clear-cut, decisive opinion. No matter what subject you raise bearing on his department, you find that this undemonstrative, wise young man is prepared to crush you with blue books you have never heard of, and experiences of places where you have never been. When I met him at the Sweated Industries exhibition, the impression left was that of a man who had nothing to learn on the subject. He had studied it in the East End, he had studied it on the Continent years before, he could tell you more than you could ever hope to know. You felt humbled and cheap. In this enormous capacity for mastering the details of a subject, this enthusiasm for the letter, as it were, he is typical of his race. The genius of the Jew is the genius for taking infinite pains. He may lack inspiration, but his power of application, his mastery of the letter, gives him a knowledge that is more potent than inspiration. Where the book is concerned, he is unrivalled. He stakes out a claim with calculating confidence and develops it with an unremitting industry and an unimpassioned concentration that assures success. He gets up his subject with a thoroughness that the Englishman rarely imitates. Lasker has not the fascination of Morphy, or even of Pillsbury, but he is the greatest chess player that ever lived, for he knows chess as no man ever knew it before. The Jew rarely produces great art or great music, but he is supreme in his knowledge of these realms. It is nearly always a Jew who is the expert Shakespearean scholar, just as it is always a Jew who will decide the authenticity of a Van Eyck or a Botticelli. When one of the Rothschilds advised Buxton on his career, he warned him against scattering his energies. "Concentration," he said, "is the one road to success in business, dispersion the one certainty of failure. Stick to brewing, and you will be the first brewer in London. Take up banking, shipping, commerce, and your name will soon appear in the Gazette." It was the Jew revealing the secret of the astonishing success of his race. Mr. Samuel's faculty for mastering detail was revealed in the Children's Bill, which Mr. Herbert Gladstone surrendered entirely to his hands. No more humane measure has ever been before Parliament, and certainly Parliament never saw a measure more ably handled, both in the House and in committee. It was impossible to find a flaw in the workmanship, and Mr. Samuel's skill in committee won the rare distinction of a dinner in honour of his success. It was the success of one who has in remarkable combination the suaviter in modo and the fortiter in re. He is thrice armed, for he adds to knowledge rare astuteness and blameless temper. It is impossible to trip him up, either in fact or in feeling. He has the enormous advantage of always knowing more about his subject than his opponent, and that is a great aid to serenity of temper. "There are two ways of governing men," said Disraeli in one of his novels. "Either you must be superior to them, or despise them. Mr. Samuel has adopted the better way." His philosophy of conduct, I take it, is similar to that of Mr. Chamberlain. It was the practice of Mr. Chamberlain to come into council with everything cut and dried. It was his role to put things through. He knew that men are always ready to follow any one who will tell them what to do. "I see how things go in the Cabinet," said Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman on one occasion, after he had been called in by Lord Salisbury to advise in regard to some royal and non-party question. Lord Salisbury explains that nothing can be done, and that even if anything could be done, it would probably be a miserable failure. And then he calls on Mr. Balfour to say a few words, and Mr. Balfour's head ascends into the clouds, and he invests the subject with a delicate haze, after which, "Perhaps the Colonial Secretary has a suggestion," says the Premier, and Mr. Chamberlain comes forward, prompt and practical, with his scheme down in black and white, and his mind made up, and the thing is done. As in the Cabinet, so on committees and councils of all sorts. One of the governors of the Birmingham University tells that on one occasion Mr. Chamberlain startled the meeting by saying that what the University wanted was a Siena Tower. "A Siena Tower!" exclaimed his colleagues in alarm. "What we want is a chair for this and a chair for that, and—" "What we want is a Siena Tower," said Mr. Chamberlain icily, as though he were speaking through the twittering of sparrows. "And," putting his hand in his pocket, "to save time, I have had some drawings prepared." And, says the informant, "we found ourselves outside half an hour later, having agreed to the erection of a Siena Tower, which none of us wanted, at a cost of £50,000, which we hadn't got, and which we needed for the equipment of the University." Those who have acted on committees with Mr. Samuel will recognize the likeness. He also comes, as it were, with his design for a Siena Tower in his pocket. He does not say much. He is quiet and unobtrusive as the talk wanders on around him. Then, at the perfectly chosen moment, he interposes with chill incisiveness and enormous gravity, and you feel that an end has come to the vapourings of irresponsible frivolity. Perhaps you feel that the incisiveness is studied and the gravity a little excessive, but that does not diminish the impression. A keen blade has been suddenly run through a bag of idle wind. He conveys no impression of enthusiasm, and is as free from passion as an oyster. He will never give his leader or his party a moment's disquiet, for he will never depart a hair's breadth from the path of strict correctitude. He says exactly the right word in exactly the right accent. His work is done without a flaw, and if his manner lacks a little the spontaneous warmth that takes men captive, it has the unruffled and considered courtesy that sheds a certain grave decorum, not to say solemnity, over your intercourse. Manners, said Emerson, were invented to keep fools at a distance, and though Mr. Samuel would not put it so crudely as that, he probably agrees with the sentiment. I have been told by one who was a comrade of his in childhood that his favorite amusement was politics, and that when other boys were reading Ballantyne he was reading Blue Books. For him, indeed, one can conceive no youth of roselight and romance wherein he dreamt of Paynim and of Paladin, no time when he cherished a sentiment or coquetted with an illusion. One can imagine him as a boy at University College School, planning out his future with the quiet certitude of a mathematical mind engaged on an easy, negotiable proposition, and having planned it, working silently and unceasingly for its accomplishment. It is characteristic of his assured restraint that, ambitious as he is, he has never sought to force the pace of his progress. No extravagance of speech or action is ever associated with his carefully considered career. He does not thrust himself into the limelight. He is content to be forgotten. He knows the power of discreet silence as the man of taste knows the value of the blank space on the wall. Among the potentialities of the Liberalism of the future, he and Mr. Masterman are among the most considerable. They represent respectively the science and the sentiment of politics, sense and sensibility. The one is intellect, the other emotion. It would be hazardous to cast the horoscope of Mr. Masterman. He is the wind that bloweth where it listeth, indifferent to theories, impatient of slow processes, governed only by a compelling passion for humanity, the dreamer of dreams and the seer of visions. It remains to be seen what effect office will have upon a temperament which seems better fitted to inspire than direct. Mr. Samuel's path is as defined and absolute as a geometrical line. He is the artificer of politics, confident of his aim, master of himself and his materials, secure in his opinion, inflexible in purpose, a splendidly efficient instrument, but never an inspiration. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, The Tsar. I was sitting in my room one day in March last year when Miss Clementina Black and Madame Stepniak called on me with a young man dressed in the garb of a workman. He was very fair, and his light blue eyes had that look of childlike simplicity and frankness that goes straight to the heart. It was a look that seemed to leave nothing to be told. A decent, sober, industrious young artisan, you would have said, and passed on. But he was indeed the most significant figure I have ever met. When I think of Russia, I see it through those mild blue eyes. He was a Lithuanian workman, Peter Pedrickson his name. He had been a member of a political organization, and had been arrested with others in the midst of the Riga horrors, had been flogged and tortured, and finally sentenced to be shot. He was detained for the night in a village near Riga in a wooden shanty, for the prisons were so full that accommodation had to be extemporized. In the darkness he was taken outside by the jailers to the lavatory. The irons were on his leg, and the jailers carried rifles. Escape seemed impossible. But tomorrow he was to die. When tomorrow means death, men do not shrink from the risk of a rifle shot. The drowning man snatched at the last straw of life. In the lavatory he managed with a stone to loosen the nut of one of the irons. Then, bursting through the door, he made one wild rush for liberty. The jailers fired, but the night was dark and they missed their aim, and the time they gave to firing should have been given to pursuit, for the forest was close at hand. Perhaps, too, they had mercy, felt, like Hubert, some touch of pity for those trustful, appealing eyes. However that may be, the youth, dragging his irons with him, reached the cover of the woods in safety. He freed himself from the irons, wandered for 2 days and nights in the forest, then hidden in a hay-cart by a friendly driver, reached the home of a friend, where he remained in hiding for 3 weeks before escaping across the frontier, and here he was in Bouverie Street, telling his thrilling story quietly and simply through the mouth of Madame Stepniak. His back still bore the cruel marks of the lash, and he unlaced his boots and showed me his toenails, broken in the torture. What was he going to do? He was going to Switzerland to join other refugees for a short time. And then? Then I am going back. Back? But you are sentenced to death. I must take my chance. He spoke with the calmness of that fatalism that is so deeply rooted in the Russian character. I have never seen him since, but 3 months ago I received a letter from Madame Stepniak. "You remember," she said, "the young Lithuanian I brought to see you some time ago? I have just heard of his death. He returned to Russia, was recaptured, and shot." Multiply that pathetic figure by thousands and tens of thousands, see in it the symbol of a system controlling 120 million lives, and you have the Russia of the Tsar. What of the Tsar? Mr. Heath, the English tutor of the Tsar, relates that one day he and his pupil were reading together The Lady of the Lake. They came to that spirited description of the scene in Stirling when the castle gates were flung wide open, and King James rode out amid the shouts of the populace. "Long live the Commons' King! King James! The Commons' King!" exclaimed the boy with sparkling eyes. "That is what I should like to be." The emotion was sincere. For Nicholas II is one of those unhappy figures in whom emotion is divorced from conduct, an idealist faithless to his ideals, a visionary doomed to violate his visions. He has a feminine shrinking from war, and plunges his country into the bloodiest war in history. He looks towards England and yearns for its free air and its free institutions, its Commons' King and its happy people, and every day throughout his wide realm the hangman's noose is round the politician's neck, and the jailer's key is turned upon the cry of liberty. What is the mystery behind this perplexing personality that seems at once so humane and so merciless, that expresses itself now in a peace rescript, now in approval of the infamous doings of the Black Hundreds, that is compact of the shyness of a girl and the intense fanatical spirit of Philip II, that would be a Commons' King and yet a despot? There is no need to question the sincerity of his moods on the ground that they are mutually destructive. Even the best of men are conscious of that duality which Leighton referred to in one of his letters to his sister, in which he said, "For, together with, and as it were behind, so much pleasurable emotion, there is always that other strange second man in me, calm, observant, critical, unmoved, blasé, odious. There is that other self, too, in the Tsar, fanatical, terrible, and, alas, triumphant. Perhaps the wonder is that with such an ancestry and such a tutelage there should be any generous human emotion at all. For the history of his house is like a nightmare of blood. His father was as superstitious as a medieval warrior. He would cross himself and even fall on his knees in prayer if a cloud obscured the sun while he was looking through the window, and he died in the arms of the miracle-monger Father John of Kronstadt. His grandfather was assassinated in the public street. His great-grandfather is supposed to have committed suicide under the pressure of the disasters in the Crimea. The Emperor Paul was murdered in 1801, and the vices of Paul's mother, Catherine II, place her among the greatest criminals in royal history. Her husband was removed. Ivan VI was buried in a dungeon for 24 years, and then murdered. But why pursue the story? It is stained with blood right back to that pagan author of the Romanovs, the chieftain Kobila, who was driven from Lithuania into Russia in the 14th century for refusing to adopt Christianity. The contemplation of such a family history would shadow any life. It ought also to have taught the lesson of the futility of despotism. It did, in fact, teach it, as we see in that emotion of the boy stirred by the cry of "the Commons' King." But it was the emotion of a mind ungoverned by character and subject to fanatical obsession. Had his impressionable temperament been moulded by generous influences, the course of Russian history would have been happier. But he fell at the beginning under the medieval spirit of Pobiedonostseff, the procurator of the Holy Synod, the Torquemada of modern times, who instilled into him his doctrines of Oriental despotism, chilled by the frost of his bloodless philosophy. Under the baleful guidance of Pobiedonostseff and Prince Meshchersky, he became imbued, as the writer of an article in the Quarterly Review pointed out long before his character was realized, with the conviction that he was God's lieutenant, the earthly counterpart of his divine master. That obsession, working on a mind naturally occult and timorous, has driven, as it were, the disease of despotism inward, withering the feeble intimations of a more humane emotion, isolating him from his people, and converting every expression of popular thought into revolt against the divine will embodied in his own person. This perverted intensity is the natural product of a superstitious mind in a febrile body. For he has none of the animalism and physical ebullience of his race. His tastes are domestic and simple. He is devoted to his wife and his children, the last refuge of his solitary life, and he loves to sit and read to the Empress from the English authors while she is engaged in her embroidery in the evening. He has a passion for cycling, but for sport he has neither the taste nor the nerve. In the language of the old keeper who was in attendance on him when he was the guest of Lord Lonsdale in Westmoreland, the Tsar did not know enough to hold a gun straight nor to hit a bird. His lack of physical daring was exhibited in the attack made on him by an assassin when, as the Tsarevitch, he was touring in Japan with the Crown Prince of Greece. The latter wrote to his father a letter describing the incident, and in it used the phrase, "Then Nicky ran." By some indiscretion that phrase leaked out, and all Russian society went about shrugging its shoulders and murmuring, "Then Nicky ran." Perhaps it was this timidity that was the cause of the most fatal act in his career. No monarch in history was ever faced with a more splendid occasion than that which offered itself to Nicholas on the 22nd of January, 1905. The war was ending in disaster, the country was in revolt against its own misery and wrong and against the corruption and incompetence of the bureaucracy. But it still had a remnant of faith in the Little Father. It would go to him at his palace with a petition to him to make its cause his own against the tyranny that oppressed it. The people gathered in tens of thousands before the palace. It was a moment for a hero. It was the moment to win the love of a people or to lose it forever. And Nicholas was not there. He had fled overnight to Zharko Selo and left the Duke Vladimir with his Cossacks to greet his subjects with sword and musket. The streets ran with blood. More people fell that day than in any battle of the Boer War, and Nicholas fell forever with them. The lack of physical courage is companioned by the infirmity of will, illustrated by the story of a conversation between the Tsar and the Empress, which delighted Russia last year, and which ran as follows. The Empress: "My dear Nicholas, you must not always agree with everybody. Now, this morning, Monsieur Stolpin made a report, and after he had finished you said, 'Monsieur Stolipin, you are quite right. I quite agree with you.' 5 minutes later Durnovo came. What he told you was absolutely opposed to what Stolipin had said, but again you remarked, 'My dear Durnovo, you are quite right. I quite agree with you.' Finally, Monsieur Schwanenbach came and told you something different from what the other two gentlemen had said, and again you replied, 'Monsieur Schwanenbach, you are quite right. I quite agree with you.' The Tsar, after a moment's reflection: 'My dear Alexandra, you are quite right. I quite agree with you.' This infirmity of purpose gives that sense of confusion that pervades all his actions. He yields and withdraws, creates a constitution and destroys it, sets up a Duma and throws it down, yearns for universal peace and blunders into war. He is always under hypnotic suggestion, now faltering between the rival feminine influences of his court, now subject to the cold, inhuman philosophy of a Meshkertitsky, now dominated by the mystical charlatanry of M. Philippe with his miracles and spirit messages. For superstition is the essential atmosphere of his mind, and he dwells in the realm of wonder-working relics. One of the saints, Seraphim of Sarov, he ordered to be canonized, in spite of the disconcerting fact that, though he had been buried only 70 years, the saint's body was decomposed. The Orthodox Bishop Dmitry of Tambov protested on this ground against the beatification as contrary to Church traditions, but he was deprived of his see and sent to Vyatka for venturing to disagree with the Tsar. For his Majesty holds that the preservation of the bones, the hair, and the teeth is a sufficient qualification for saintship. With these views, it follows that his devotion to the Orthodox faith is as intense as it is narrow. It has resulted not only in the merciless suppression of the Armenian Church and of the dissenters, but even in the harrying of the Old Believers, who are an important branch of the State Church, and the bodies of whose saints have been disinterred and burned. The cruelest episode of the persecution of the Old Believers was that of Bishop Methodius, who administered the sacraments to a man who, born in the State Church, had joined the Old Believers. Methodius, a man of 78, was arrested for his crime and condemned to banishment to Siberia, whither, with irons on his feet and penned up with criminals, he was dispatched. At Yakutsk he remained some time, but a dignitary of the State Church intervened, and he was ordered to be sent on to Vilysk in northeastern Siberia, a place inhabited by savages. The aged bishop was set astride a horse to which he was tied, and told that he must ride thus to his new place of exile, about 700 miles distant. "This sentence is death by torture," said Methodius' flock. They were not mistaken. The old man gave up the ghost on the road, 1898, but when, where, and how he was buried has never been made known. This and other persecutions, says the writer of the Quarterly Review article to which I have referred, were brought to the notice of His Majesty without eliciting even an expression of regret. It is the tragedy of the infirm will always to become the prey of the most virile influences. It treads the path of least resistance, and in turn the fanatical obsession inculcated by those influences sanctifies every action with a divine imprimatur. From this vicious sequence we have the phenomenon of merciless oppression, emerging from a personally shy and timid source. In the field of such a mind, the victory is always to the most intense and ruthless and subtle. Weakness takes refuge in strength, and timidity in terrorism. The boyish emotion that cried out, "A commons king, that is what I should like to be," ends in a political gospel founded on the maxim of de Plehve, "Severity, served up cold, is the only way with empire wreckers." Everywhere the autocracy takes on the aspect of vengeance and repression. The massacre of Jews, the banishment of Finns, the spoliation of Armenians, the persecution of Poles, the exile of Russian nobles, the flogging of peasants, the imprisonment and butchery of Russian working men, the establishment of a widespread system of espionage, and the abolition of law, are all measures which the minister suggests and the Tsar heartily sanctions. That was written before the mockery of a constitution was granted, but the spirit of the government is the same today. The de Plehves and the Bobrikovs have gone to their doom, but their successors are like unto them. the hand that conferred a star upon Prince Obolensky for his energy in flogging the peasants of the government of Kharkov until many of them died, is the same hand that decorates the Tsarevitch with the badge of the Black Hundreds, that terrible instrument of vengeance, formed almost at the moment that the Constitution was granted, and already drenched in a sea of innocent blood. Nor is it only the fierce barbaric spirits to which he is subject. He has the credulity that makes him the easy instrument of the impostor and the visionary, whether of the spiritualistic type of Philippe, or of the type of the eccentric adventurer Bezobrazov, whose vast speculative scheme for developing the Yalu forest fascinated first the Grand Dukes, eager for plunder, and then the Tsar, who became an investor, gave him plenipotentiary powers, subordinated Kuropatkin and Lambsdorff to him, allowed him to make the incompetent Alexiev viceroy of Manchuria, and so drifted into the catastrophe of the war. He will live as the man who made the great refusal of history. He might have been the founder of a new and happier Russia, the Commons' king of his youthful vision. He has chosen to be an autocrat and a prisoner in his 40 palaces. In 10 years his rule has exiled 78,000 of his subjects, and driven all the best of the nation's sons that have escaped Siberia to take refuge in other lands. But he himself is the saddest exile of all, for he is exiled from the domain of our common humanity, a prisoner in body and in spirit, hedged round by his guards, suspecting the cup that he drinks, forbidden to dine anywhere save in his own palace, receiving his guests at sea, for he dare not receive them ashore, a hapless, pitiful figure that sits perked up on a glistering grief and wears a golden sorrow. What would one rather be, the prisoner of the palace, or that young Lithuanian carpenter with the blue appealing eyes and the toenails broken in the torture, who gave his blood in the sacred cause of human liberty? End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Dr. Horton. When you enter the church at Lyndhurst Road, you are conscious, if you happen to be sensitive to atmosphere, of a certain subdued note of expectancy. The impression grows as the service advances. There is a breath on the face of the waters, the subtle breath of personality. Perhaps the key is minor, appealing, poignant. The preacher is in the grip of some strong emotion which colors hymn and prayer and lesson, peeps out from the little fable he addresses to the children, and is fully revealed in the sermon. It is as though he has come from some sudden vision of the world's wickedness and the world's wrong. It is visible and audible. He hears the world thundering by to destruction in a frenzy of luxury and pleasure and heedless riot. The rush of motor cars and the clatter of wheels on Haverstock Hill break in on the tense strain. They are like the voice of the doomed world drowning the cry of the prophet. He leans forward with outstretched hands, pleading, pleading. He is torn with bitter agony. His voice is shaken by the tumult of his feelings. A moment more and the tense bow must break. But he draws himself up, closes the Bible, and the troubled sea sinks down in the calm of a hymn and the peace of the benediction. Outside, someone touches you on the shoulder with a light greeting. It is like the breaking of a spell. Or perhaps it is a bright morning in spring. The song of birds is heard on the heath, and out in Golder's Hill he has seen the snowdrops bursting from their winter prison, the first syllables in the poetry of the year, the heralds of the pageant of the earth, and his heart sings with the glad tidings of the new birth. He has seen the finger of God in the woodlands. He has heard the voice of the Eternal by the seashore. He has picked up a shell and found in it thoughts that do lie too deep for tears. For the earth is filled with the whispers of the Most High. I find letters from God dropped in the street, and each one is signed by God's name, and I leave them where they are, for I know that wheresoever I go, others will punctually follow forever and ever." And full of this gracious assurance, the service flows on golden wings to a golden close. The rush of motor cars and the clatter of wheels break in on the melody, but not harshly nor discordantly. Almost they seem like a part of the universal song of the reawakened earth. But a day comes of bitter self-abasement. He is bowed down with the sense of failure, due, you will discover, to some quite small and isolated incident. He is stricken with remorse, with the passion of weakness and futility. A word, a breath, has set all the chords vibrating to the miserere. The sorrow of the world is his, and the sin of the world too, for what has he done to alleviate the one and wash out the other? He is the unfaithful servant. He is the bringer of a message which he has failed to deliver. The world is deaf because he has not unstopped its ears. The world is blind because he has not unsealed its eyes. He stands, like Whittier, in the presence of his soul, and arraigns it like a felon. Dr. Horton is the type of the poet-prophet in the pulpit. He has the poet's intensity of vision, the poet's quick emotional response, the poet's imaginative fervor. Tennyson said of Swinburne that he is a tube through which all things blow into music. It is the music of the senses, poured from old Triton's wreathed horn. Dr. Horton is a voice through which the emotions of the soul issue in impromptu passion, now breathless with adoration, now flaming with wrath. He draws from a direct well of inspiration. He comes, as it were, from some journey of the soul, filled with a message which is not his own, a message urgent, tyrannical. He has seen a vision, and hurries from the road to Damascus to proclaim the thrilling tidings. He is consumed with the agitation of the spirit, and cannot rest till the vision is revealed. It is this emotion that makes his appeal so poignant, so disquieting in its intensity, so healing in its more placid moods. You cannot be indifferent under him. He touches you to the quick, to a responsive passion of revolt or acceptance. His whole message is a challenge to you personally, you alone. It is you to whom the moment has come to decide between the bloom and blight, you for whom the choice goes by forever twixt that darkness and that light. You shall make the choice here and now. You shall not escape. He will not let you go until you have chosen either for the goats upon the left hand or the sheep upon the right. There is in this overmastering urgency and this swift changefulness of mood a certain loss of sustained power. He does not see life steadily or whole, and lacks the fundamental quietude of spirit that would give harmony to the varying moods. And this subjection to the emotion reacts upon his thought, which is sometimes singularly narrow, and at others as broad as the heavens. He is, in a word, not so much a thinker as a spiritual impressionist. He sees truth, as it were, by flashes of lightning, where others arrive at it by the slow operation of intellect, and if the truth he sees is sometimes a little out of drawing, that is usually the case with impressionism. A sermon by Dr. Hunter delights you by its mental power. It is the appeal of the mind to the mind. Dr. Horton's is the appeal of the heart to the heart. He has a feminine fervor and impatience of fetters. He surrenders himself to his emotion and soars with wings. He does not argue. He proclaims. An incident, a phrase, a thought has opened a sudden window into the spiritual world, and he is unconscious of all save the vision. This sensitiveness to impression, the faculty of seeing the infinite in the infinitesimal, has always characterized him. As a little boy at a dame school, he heard a lad of hard, bad face and blasphemous tongue answering the question, "Who gave you that name?" with the words of the Catechism, "My baptism, wherein I was made a child of God and an inheritor of the kingdom of heaven." And the shock of that unconscious satire sealed the impressionable child for nonconformity. And later, at Shrewsbury, he arrived by the same sensitive response at another far-reaching conclusion. He and two others, a ritualistic churchman and an evangelical churchman, anticipating the union of the churches, established a prayer meeting in the study just before evening call-over. A flame of enthusiasm passed through the school, and the study became crowded. But persecution came. The world, symbolized by the rest of the school, blocked the passage, crowded the exit, cuffed, kicked, and cursed those daring innovators. The uproar reached the ears of the headmaster, who threw his cold protection over these young dissenters. Some of us, he said, may think that the prayers in chapel and in top schools are sufficient, but if there are boys that desire more and wish to pray together in their study, they shall not be interrupted. The invasion of authority in the sphere of religion was fatal. The persecution ceased, but so also did the prayer meetings, and young Horton's mind leapt to another truth, that Christianity does not require the countenance or the support of the state, and is only vital when it can defy persecution and is independent of the powers of the world. He has the defects of the impressionist when he comes down into the world of affairs. He is perplexed by its ingenuities and cunning, impatient of its restraints, entirely unsophisticated, and without any of the worldly but necessary qualities of suspicion or distrust. It is surprising to learn that when at Oxford the invitation came to him to take charge of a new church at Hampstead, he was contemplating a career at the bar. His mind would have fretted itself to death in the chill prison of legal forms and amid the dry detail of precedent. For of all the theatres of the world's conflict there is none so passionless and calculating as the law, and Dr. Horton is all passion and no calculation. Impulse governs him, and governs him aright, but in affairs he is at sea, and his impulse is checked and chilled by the calculations of others. Thus, as president of the Free Church Council, he wrote in the midst of the education controversy a powerful appeal for the secular solution. It was a critical moment. With courage he would have carried the day, and that truth which came to him at Shrewsbury would have won an enduring triumph. But he was overborne by the counsels of worldly caution and recanted. Like all prophets, he is an indifferent politician. The defect of men like Horton and Meyer, said a friend of both, himself the son of a great churchman of other days, is the excess of their high qualities. They live in an atmosphere of unceasing spiritual exaltation. The strain is never relaxed. They would be more powerful if they were more earthly. There is some truth in the criticism. The soul needs its fallow seasons, like the body. If it never descends from Sinai to the common ways of men, it sacrifices some of its fellowship with life. It may even lead men astray on great human issues, as it led Dr. Horton astray in regard to the true inwardness of the Boer War. And yet, without that aloofness, the peculiar value of Dr. Horton would be lacking. He is a voice crying in the wilderness of the world. Around him he hears the sound of the tumult of life, whirling in giddy mazes of pleasure about the gods of the marketplace, shot through with cries of pain, watered with hopeless tears, and ringing with idle laughter. It is a world that has broken from the ancient anchorage. He sees it drifting over uncharted seas beneath a starless sky. We are like corpses in a charnel. Fear and grief convulse us and consume us day by day, and cold hopes swarm within the living clay. And filled with the sense of a sick world, he comes with the passionate reassertion of the faith as the only cure of its ills. Reform society by all means, he says to the Socialists, but the most perfect organization will never make the world whole, for the kingdom of God is within you, and outside that kingdom there is no peace. He is a Puritan engrafted with Oxford culture, a Puritan with the atmosphere of a liberal scholarship and the graces of taste and sensitive feeling. Oxford has no more devoted son, and no better justification for opening her doors to dissenters. In those days, he says, it was good to be a nonconformist at Oxford, for every one was bent on showing that the position involved no disqualifications. Oxford gave him a fellowship, and almost claimed him for her own. And out of that tender memory of his Oxford days springs the affection he always shows towards the Church, whose system nevertheless seems to him so far removed from the essential principles of Christianity. But the cool seclusion of Oxford, any more than the dry atmosphere of the law, could not have satisfied that urgent temperament. He was born to preach. One of his earliest memories is that of standing on a dining-room chair in his grandfather's house near Covent Garden Market, with his grandparents and certain guests and domestics for audience, and preaching, armed with a ball to hurl at any who should laugh. It was his grandmother who laughed first and loudest, and at whom, more in sorrow than in anger, he hurled his missile. The dream of the child was the true foreshadowing of the man, his vocation the fulfillment of his mother's hope. It shapes itself to me, he has said, as the thought and the wish of my mother wrought out silently in her heart and carried, just as I was leaving school for the university, over into the land beyond death, and there working ceaselessly and effectually, so that it would not surprise me if at any time my eyes were opened, and I found that she, an invisible spirit, had remained by my side all the way to complete the purpose with which she started me on the journey. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33, Philip Snowden. It was the eve of the general election of 1900. The khaki fever was at its height, and Liberalism at the lowest ebb of its fortunes. Nowhere was it lower than at Blackburn. For 20 years the capital of the weaving trade had been a stronghold of Conservatism, and now there was no Liberal with sufficient courage even to challenge it. Suddenly there appeared on the scene a stranger out of the West Riding. So feeble he seemed that he moved the foe to pity more than anger. He came limping into the lists on foot, a pallid, hatchet-faced young man, small of stature, and leaning heavily on a stick, one foot dragging helplessly along the ground. His face was scored with the brand of suffering and bitter thought. He had, as the result of a bicycle accident, lain 12 months motionless upon his bed, and had stolen back to the ways of men, a maimed and stricken figure. He came unattended. There was no one to receive him save a few eager working men who had been preaching socialism to deaf ears in the marketplace. There was no organization to work for him. There was no money at his command. He seemed like David going out with his pebble and his sling against the hosts of the Philistines. It was the battle of the 1 and the 53. Thousands of their soldiers leaned from their decks and laughed. Thousands of their seamen made mock of the mad little craft running on and on. But that was at the beginning. Later on, as in the fight at Flores, soldiers and seamen had other work to do. By the end of the battle, they were fighting for dear life. For Philip Snowden wrought a miracle. That election will never be forgotten by those who witnessed it. It was like a sudden wind stirring the leaves of the forest. It was a revival movement gathering momentum with each hour. Philip Snowden's name was on every lip. His sayings ran like rumor through the weaving sheds and the street. Men in their greasy caps and carrying their kits hurried from the mills to his meetings, and sat as if hypnotized under the spell of revelation. He fought the battle absolutely single-handed, and he fought it with a dignity of spirit rare in politics. "Snowden is an atheist" was chalked on 100 walls. He ignored the slander. "Snowden was dismissed from the excise" passed from lip to lip. Again he was silent. He was urged to tell the real facts, which were entirely honorable to him. "No," he said, "I have resolved to fight this battle on politics and not on personalities, and from that I will not move." In a fortnight In spite of the crushing odds against him, in spite of the war fever, in spite of the Church and the brewers, wealth, influence, and the popularity of the two Tory candidates, he had shaken the Gibraltar of Toryism to its foundations. To-day he sits for Blackburn, the first member other than a Conservative who has represented the constituency for a quarter of a century. I take Philip Snowden to be the typical Socialist in Parliament. He is the man of the idée fixe. You see it in the drawn face, the clenched mouth, the cold, uncompromising grey eyes. Other men of his party will yield a little to gain much. He yields nothing. He is the steady, relentless foe of society as it is constituted. He will have no half measures, no coquettings with the enemy. His theory or nothing. He owes his seat largely to Liberal votes, but he makes no sign of recognition or thanks. Liberalism is to him as Toryism. Nay, it is more detestable than Toryism, because it is more dangerous to his aims. He stands for revolution, a bloodless revolution, but still a revolution. Toryism, with its reactionary impulses, paves the way to revolution. Liberalism, with its moderate reforms, defeats revolution. Hence, Toryism is in some sense a friend, while Liberalism, blunting the edge of popular demand, is the real enemy. And so when Mr. Snowden goes about the country, it is Liberalism which is the target of his bitterest attacks. He will acknowledge no good thing in it. He will take nothing from it with thanks, for its best gifts are only intended to make existing society tolerable, and he wants it to be intolerable. One evening I was talking after dinner with a group of Liberal politicians, and the conversation turned to the strength of absolute uncompromising Socialism in Parliament. "Keir Hardie," said one, "calculates that there are 10 Socialists in the House. We set ourselves to find them. Ramsay MacDonald? Not a Socialist first, but a politician," said one. "Not a Socialist, but an opportunist," said another. "Pete Curran? Not a Socialist first, but an Irishman," said a third. "Let John Redmond say Home Rule to-day and the Social Revolution to-morrow, and Curran will follow the banner of Ireland. Victor Grayson? The wine is too new in the bottle. Give him time." And so the weeding out went on. At each name some qualifying circumstance of sympathy or outlook was recalled. Only at 2 names was there no pause, the names of Keir Hardie and Philip Snowden. They are Socialists sans phrase. Others subscribe to the economic theories of Socialism. They alone live for them and for nothing else. Others join in the political fray. They stand aloof from what they regard as idle trifling, their eyes fixed on the ultimate goal. To them the House of Commons is not a place for petty skirmishes and paltry triumphs. It is a platform from whence to preach the social revolution. They will not prune the tree, they will uproot it. Most men who go to the House of Commons, no matter what their views or their social rank, soon fall in with the spirit of the place. They share its common life and enjoy its social comradeship. Many of them, indeed, find the spirit of the place a solvent of principle. They find the virgin enthusiasm they brought with them from the country languishes in this atmosphere of geniality and compromise. The principle that was so clear on the platform, where you had it all to yourself, is not so unchallengeable here. The Tory with whom you have smoked a pipe down below is quite a pleasant fellow, and in his way just, and the Liberal or Labour man with whom you had a chat on the terrace seems really an honest man, misguided, of course, but still with a good deal of reason in him. The sharp lines get blurred, and black and white tend to shade away into varying tones of grey. Philip Snowden stands aloof from all this tendency, lonely, unyielding, consumed with one passionate purpose. This House of Commons through which he moves with painful steps, what is it but the mirror of the social system that he hopes to see shattered? Property, 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 that's what he hears it say. He is in it, but not of it. He looks out on it with cold, bitter scrutiny. A faint, wistful smile flits across his pale face as he talks to you, but it is the smile of polite formality. It has no relation to the fierce fire that burns within, steadily, unchangeably, a fire that would consume you with the rest of the regime of wrong. He is the stuff of which revolutions are made. I have not been in the House when he has spoken, but I am told that he has not been a Parliamentary success. It would be strange if he were. The House loves the atmosphere of sympathy. Here is no sympathy, but bitter challenge. It loves light and colour and easy raillery playing upon the surface of its purposes. Here is nothing but fierce intensity, ruthless and implacable. But I doubt whether there is any man living to-day with an equal power of moving great bodies of men to a certain exaltation of spirit, of communicating his own passion to others, of giving to politics something of the fervour of religious emotion. He is doctrinaire and academic in the extreme, but he fuses his theories with an enthusiasm that burns at white heat. If ever there were a revolution in this country, I do not know who would be its Danton, but I should have no doubt as to who would be its Robespierre. Not the Robespierre of the September massacres, but the Robespierre of the concentrated and remorseless purpose. Constancy is a rare virtue in politics. There are few men of whom it would be safe to forecast their intellectual and political point of view 10 years hence. But whatever happens, Philip Snowden will be where he stands to-day. He will neither ask quarter nor yield it. He will fight his battle out on these lines, though it takes all his life, and he has nothing to record but defeat. I am told that he will lose Blackburn in the next election because of his bitter attitude toward Liberalism. One thing is certain, he will do nothing to conciliate the Liberals. He must be taken on his terms, if taken at all. Compromise is not in him. He is one of those rare men who live for an idea and who have neither aim nor ambition outside it. He would wade through slaughter to achieve it. He would go to the stake rather than surrender the least fragment of it. If you want to realize the purpose and the passion of Socialism, he is the man to watch. He is worth watching as a study of intensity and idealism. He is still more worth watching as one of the potentialities of our national life. For if Socialism ever came to power, and that depends largely on whether Liberalism is a sufficiently effective instrument of reform to keep it at bay, it will be Philip Snowden who will be largely the architect of the new social structure. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Robert Burden Haldane. Life, it has been said, is a comedy to him who thinks, and a tragedy to him who feels. Judged by this axiom, Mr. Haldane is the man who thinks. He bathes the world in wreathed smiles and floods it with infectious good humour. He seems to go through life humming softly to himself. Toujours bien, jamais mieux is his motto. What a delightful world it is, he seems to say, and what a capital fellow you are, and what capital fellows we all are. It is like the comfortable purring of a cat on the hearth-rug. It fills you with the ecstasy of a quiet content. Everything is snug and warm, the kettle is singing on the hob, the fire burns brightly in the grate, and though the wind howls and moans outside, it serves only as a foil to the comfort within. It is the best of all possible worlds. He has always been so, his mother with whom he lives will tell you. He is always cheerful, never worries, and works incessantly. This unconquerable good humour is perhaps less the result of philosophy than of a good digestion. He comes of a hardy strain. The Haldanes were fighters in the brave days of old. One fell at Flodden, and others also found immortality on the battlefield. For generations they have been remarkable for their pedestrian powers. Mr. Haldane's grandfather thought little of an 8-mile walk even in his 83rd year, and there is a story that his granduncle, having been prayed for by one of his clerical friends as "thine aged and infirm servant," suggested a little stroll, from which the clerical friend returned in such a state of exhaustion that he fell into a deep slumber, from which he could hardly be aroused in time for the service he was to perform. Mr. Haldane himself is credited with having frequently walked 60 or 70 miles in a day, while his brothers are said to have established a record of 103 1/2 miles under 31 hours. His big, alert frame and his massive neck suggest those physical resources which have made his powers of work and endurance possible. "Nothing in the way of work can be done without a big boiler and a bull neck," said a sea captain to me long ago. Mr. Haldane has both, and his capacity for work has always been remarkable. This physical energy is matched by a similar mental energy. He has lived 4 careers, philosopher, lawyer, politician, and man of the world, and has spared himself in none of them. He is an intellectual steam engine. When once he has started talking, there seems to be no reason why he should ever leave off. There is no end to him. His oratory is like an interminable round of beef. You may cut and come again. One feels that the river of his rhetoric will flow on forever, fed by 1,000 inexhaustible rills. The smooth, wooing voice inundates the House with a flood of words. The enemy attempts to dam the torrent in vain. In vain does Mr. Arnold Forster raise his head above the flood and utter an angry interjection. He is engulfed by a wave from the rhetorical ocean, and the waters flow on in copious unconcern. He has been known, at the end of the second hour of a speech, to start afresh with a pleasant remark on "these preliminary observations." On one occasion he went to a volunteer dinner, and came away telling his friends that every one had approved his scheme. He did not know that the company had come together seething with objections, and had been literally talked into silence and surrender. It was said of Gladstone that when it suited his purpose no one could wander more widely from his subject. It may be said of Mr. Haldane that no one can invest a subject in a more lucid fog. A lucid fog, I know, seems like a contradiction in terms, but no one who has heard Mr. Haldane speak for, say, 3 hours will deny that there is such a thing. The lucidity of his mind is as conclusive as the fog in yours. The clearer he becomes to himself, the more hopeless is your bewilderment. If only one could feel that he himself was getting a little lost in this amazing labyrinth of locution, one could feel less humiliated. But it is obvious that the less you understand him, the more he understands himself. He smiles urbanely upon you, and points the fat didactic finger at you with pleasant intimacy. He does you the honour of pretending that you follow him, and self-respect compels you to accept the delicate tribute to your penetration. It is a comedy which saves him a lot of trouble. There are some men who seem never to have known a joy in life, and there are few who do not have their variations of temperature and their moments of depression. Mr. Haldane gives the impression that he has never known a sorrow, that there was never a moment in which he was not walking on air in sheer exaltation of mind and body. The atmosphere of flagrant enjoyment that he exudes must be an offence to the man of a melancholy habit of mind. He cannot help distrusting such an apparently inexhaustible reservoir of cheerfulness. No man, he feels, can be really so happy as Mr. Haldane seems, and since that is so, it is clear that he is playing a part. As for professional optimists, said a distinguished philosopher of the opposite school to me, one is always sceptical about them. They wear too much the strained look of the smile on a skull. Nothing could be less true of the optimism of Mr. Haldane. It is simply a huge capacity for enjoyment, fundamentally physical, and having no relation to his conclusions about the universe. It is customary to poke fun at his Hegelianism, and to treat his philosophic interest as a disqualification for politics. If being and non-being are identical, so runs the quip, it obviously does not matter whether we have an army in being or an army in non-being. But to Mr. Haldane, philosophy is only an intellectual exercise, as chemistry was to the late Lord Salisbury, or as theology and Homer were to Gladstone. It springs from his sympathy with the German genius. For Mr. Haldane is Teutonic in his love of abstract thinking, and in his enthusiasm for thoroughness and exactness. He turns always to Germany for inspiration. He went thither after graduating at Edinburgh, and his first literary enterprise was his translation of Schopenhauer. His dinner table talk is full of German reminiscences, and he never misses an opportunity of addressing German visitors on the terrace in their own tongue. He is as great a favourite with the King as Lord Cross used to be with Victoria, but that fact does not exclude the Kaiser from his opulent affections, and the Kaiser returns the feeling, always receives him with enthusiasm, and loves to show him his army. And it is to the German army that he goes for ideas. On one of his visits to Berlin he said, "Germany, as all the world knows, has much to teach military students, and I am here simply to avail myself of the opportunity of studying her institutions before engaging in any tinkering of our own." It is from Germany that he brought the idea of a general staff, with which he began his reform of the British Army. It must be admitted, too, that the type of his liberalism is German. It is vague and indeterminate. It breathes expediency rather than the compulsion of principle. It approaches politics purely as a business proposition, and seeks to establish national greatness on scientific and material rather than moral foundations. It follows naturally that he was the standard-bearer of Lord Rosebery through the years of disunion, and that during the war he was the chief author and inspirer of the liberal imperial schism. His strategy was opposed to the strategy of Mr. Harcourt, and the pair were not unequally matched, though in one memorable struggle for the soul of the 80 Club I think Mr. Harcourt showed the more masterly tactics. That he is not Lord Chancellor is due less to himself than to the perversity and indecision of his leader. Lord Rosebery played a part similar to that which Eachin played in the great fight on the North Inch, described in The Fair Maid of Perth. The stalwarts of the Clan Cahill surrounded him with loyal devotion. "Death for Hector! Barrere son Ahan!" was the cry as they went into combat. But at the crisis of the fight, after prodigies of heroism had been performed by others, Hector turned, plunged into the Tay, and fled from the battle. And Hal o' the Wynd, in the person of stout C.B., was left master of the field. His first act was to appoint Sir Robert Reid to the Woolsack. He did not love the Clan Cahill. It was a bitter disappointment, but Mr. Haldane bore it with his imperturbable air of enjoyment, and took up his task at the War Office with a passion of zeal that suggested that this was the ambition of his life. There had been many new brooms at the War Office, but never such a new broom as this. He swept, as it were, incessantly, and as he swept he talked, now to the public, now to the army, now to Parliament. His breezy confidence won confidence. The world always believes in a man who believes in himself. It is the first condition of success, and Mr. Haldane's faith in himself amounts to inspiration. The world also loves a man who pays it the compliment of taking it into his confidence. That is largely the secret of Mr. Haldane's popularity. He is always taking you into his confidence. Queen Victoria's objection to Gladstone was that he talked to her as if he were addressing a public meeting. Mr. Haldane talks to you as if you were the British Empire, and must be placated at all costs. You may doubt his scheme, but you cannot doubt his enthusiasm. You may dislike his politics, but you cannot help being moved by the deference he pays to your judgment. It is by these methods that he has conquered the army. You cannot resist a man who bursts with such enjoyment into the mess, smokes bigger and stronger cigars than anyone else, and obviously enjoys them more, knows as much about explosives as he does about the Westminster Confession, and with all these accomplishments does you the delicate honour of discussing his scheme with you as if your approval were the one thing in the world necessary to his complete happiness. One of his predecessors at the War Office, speaking to me on one occasion about the difficulties of his task, said, "What can you do with these infernal colonels who know less about war than they know about virtue?" Mr. Haldane knows very well what to do with them. He does not lecture them or hector them. He talks to them as if he were consulting them, and they surrender to his blandishments. He yields on small things with such bonhomie that out of sheer chivalry they can't help yielding to him on big ones, said one who works with him to me. Moreover, they have had such an experience of war secretaries in the past that by comparison Haldane is a jewel, and they think that any change would probably be for the worse. There is the reason why Mr. Haldane has got his schemes through with such success. He greases the wheels well. These schemes may be good or bad, time alone will prove them, but to have got them through with so little resistance, and to remain relatively popular with the colonels, is an achievement in the art of managing men. Even when he disbanded the 3rd Battalion of the Scots Guards, there were tears, but few reproaches. It was a courageous act, for it brought him into conflict with the King and with his old leader. The King pronounced a funeral oration on the Guards, and said he hoped to see them revived, while Lord Rosebery, forgetful of all the loyal service of his old lieutenant, and remembering only that he dared to be happy without him, tore a passion of indignation to tatters, and then fell into dramatic silence, to awaken later on in a passion about something else. I am not sure whether Mr. Haldane invented the word efficiency, which has become the hardest worked vocable in politics. When Humpty Dumpty explained how much he meant by impenetrability, he added, "When I make a word do a lot of work like that, I always pay it extra." On that just principle, efficiency ought to-day to be the most prosperous word in the language. It represents the political gospel opposed to the fine old English doctrine of muddling through, the phrase in which Lord Rosebery summed up the Boer War. But whether he invented it or not, Mr. Haldane is its recognized exponent. Efficiency, and again efficiency, and always efficiency. It is the German spirit that he opposes to the French spirit of Danton's axiom, efficiency and ideas. "We have won a magnificent victory," he said after the general election of 1906. "What is it that we need? What is it that has been wanting in the past? I answer in a word, ideas. We have got the majority. Have we got the ideas?" One sees him pausing for the obvious reply. Not numbers, but efficiency, is his maxim in the making of an army. And he pays himself a modest compliment when he adds, "I have never had a more congenial occupation than this attempt at reorganization and the introduction of science into the business." It remains to be seen whether the German doctrine of thorough can be engrafted on the English stem of hand-to-mouth practicality, and whether English liberalism could survive the infusion of bureaucracy which is the basis of Mr. Haldane's clear thinking. But whatever the fate of Mr. Haldane and his army reforms may be, we may be sure that nothing will ever destroy his indestructible complacency. Ministries may rise and fall, army schemes come and go, but his exuberance will remain. Toujours bien, jamais mieux will be his motto, and through all the cataclysms of politics he will still go his way, humming softly to himself in sheer spiritual revelry. Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings, by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. John Burns. I was walking one evening along the embankment when I overtook John Burns. The night was cold, but he wore neither overcoat nor gloves, for he scorns both as the trappings of effeminate luxury. He carried under his arm a huge bound volume of the Phalanx, a labor journal of long ago, which he had just picked up at a bookstall. He plunged at once into a stream of that buoyant, confident talk which is so characteristic of the man. "Here," he says, and his hand seizes me like a vice, bringing me up short before a tablet of the late Queen, let into the fence before the Temple. "Look at it. Been up 5 years. Not a scratch on it. I tell you there's not a country in Europe where there is a higher standard of public conduct than here." A young couple of the working class pass us arm in arm. His iron grasp is once more on me, and I am swung round to take note of them. That's not the sort of couple the people who vilify the working classes picture. Believe me, sir, the courting of the working classes is as pure and chivalrous as anything I know. You take it from me, the working classes are morally as sound as a bell. A flower girl stops us, and with whispering humbleness proffers chrysanthemums. "Well, my lass, it's a cold night for your job." He puts money in her hand, but waves aside the blooms. "No, no, my girl, keep them. Do I look like a man who wants flowers?" "Sir," he says in reply to some remark, "I go my own way. I trust to my own eyes and ears. When Ibsen said, 'The strongest man is he who stands alone,' he had J.B. in his eye." And he watches my merriment with quizzical good humour. At Waterloo Bridge that terrible hand grips me again. He opens a door in the hoarding, commandeers a foreman, and crashes his way over masses of masonry and debris through the tramway tunnel which is being driven under the Strand to Kingsway, his big voice booming out questions and comments all the time. Out on the embankment again, he pulls up before a man, whether workman or loafer it is difficult to say. "Well, Higgins, what are you up to now?" And as Higgins proceeds with his apologia, I escape. There is the man, boisterous, confident, gaily aggressive, honest as the day, full of the egotism of the child, with the child's delighted interest in the passing show of things, cabinet minister and working man, proud of his present, proud of his past, most proud of all that he has done time in one of His Majesty's prisons. He stands foursquare to all the winds that blow, solid as a pedestal of granite, short and mighty of limb like Hall o' the Wind, his great eyes flashing scorn and challenge from under the terrific eyebrows, his nostrils swelling with defiance, his voice bursting in upon the tranquillities like a foghorn, thick and hoarse from thundering in the open air, his grey hair and beard belying the enormous vitality of mind and muscle. A man, indeed, virile and vehement, dogmatic as a timetable, with an argument as heavy as his fist, the powerful natural man of Whitman's ideal. Plain living and high thinking his maxim. No alcohol, no tobacco, no rugs and mufflers, no weak concessions to the flesh, but cold water and plenty of it within and without, early rising and hard walking, a game of cricket, a swim in the bath, and then outsword and have at you, a glorious swashbuckler of romance. His life an ebullient joy. There is not a page in it that he slurs over. There is not an hour when he has not found it good to be alive. His boundless exuberance fills you like a gale at sea. His optimism seems to fill the whole world with the singing of birds and the laughter of children. There never was such a world. There never was such a country as this England of ours. There never was such a city as this glorious London. Do you doubt it? Do you talk of your Germany and your France? Sir, do you know that the average number of inhabitants of a house in London is 8, and in Berlin 80? That the mortality in London is 15, and in Berlin 17? that the average rent per room in London is so and so, and in Berlin so and so, that, in fact, that an avalanche of statistics has suddenly descended on you, reducing you to abject and humiliated silence. Never was there such a man for statistics. He is a blue book in breeches. My brain reels at the thought of a conversation between him and Mr. Chiozza Money, each bringing up battalions of figures to crush the other, millions of figures, figures on horseback and figures on foot, a perfect Armageddon of averages and tables and percentages. Oliver Wendell Holmes says that some men lead facts about with them like bulldogs, and let them loose upon you at the least provocation. John Burns's facts are bulldogs that leap at your throat and shake the life out of you. And the marvel is that with all this welter of facts, his thinking is so clear and his judgment so sound. The reason is that he knows life at first hand, and by life I mean the life of the common people to whom he belongs and whom he genuinely loves. He has worked with them in the engine-room at sea and ashore. He has thundered to them on Tower Hill, in Hyde Park, and Trafalgar Square. He has lived among them and never deserted them. He is easy in any company, but most at ease with them. He knows the London of the people as perhaps no other man knows it. He has spent and still spends months in tramping its streets, talking to the people, talking to the policemen, dipping into sunless alleys, peering into backyards. This vast metropolis is like an open book to him. It is as though he could not only name the streets, but could tell you the story of the people in the houses and the contents of the kitchen pot. This insatiable thirst pursues him abroad. He goes to Germany, sees its sewers and its sanctuaries, marches with its army, talks with the cabman in the street, comes back laden with invisible imports of precious facts, more bulldogs for the unwary. He is probably the best-known man in the country, certainly the best-known man in London, for which he has done magnificent service as the embodiment and the driving force of the progressive movement. Popular enthusiasm has dowered him with the properties of his namesake. Someone was declaiming at a meeting that a man's a man for all that, adding, as Burns says, whereat the audience rose with cheers for good old John, and he dominates his enemies as much as his friends. In a bus during the last L.C.C. election, two moderates were discussing the wastrels. "Look at the poor law," said one. "Costs $4 million a year. Nice pickings there." "Yes," says the other. "I wonder what John Burns' share is." "1 million sterling, sir," thundered a voice from the other end, and the menacing eye of John Burns gleamed over the paper he had been reading unseen. Living ever in the crowd, ready ever to cross swords with whomsoever will, his life is full of comedy and episode. Adventure dogs him as it did the knights of old. He is always snatching children from the imminent deadly hoof, or plunging into the river, or stopping runaway horses, or carrying accidents to the hospital. Members never fall ill in the House except when John Burns is there to carry them out, and at fires he is sublime. His voice frightens the flames into miserable surrender. His honesty is above suspicion. Money cannot buy him, threats cannot coerce him. For 18 years he was the mainstay of the Government of London, a working engineer, living upon his grant of £200 from his society, and never a breath of suspicion against his honour. No job could abide his wrath. A Battersea official told me that one was contemplated in his department of the borough. He went to Burns and told him. In 5 minutes he was away on his bicycle like the wind. By noon he had smashed the intrigue. Such passion for the public interest is magnificent. Think of it beside the appalling municipal corruption of America. Think what such an example means to us, not only in cash, but in the wholesome ideals of citizenship. See, too, how he is cleansing the Augean stables of poor law administration. His claims as a legislator on the grand scale yet remain to be proved, but as an administrator he is worth millions to us. Like Sir Anthony Absolute, no one is more easily led when he has his own way. You cannot argue with him any more than you can argue with a sledge-hammer. He has no subtleties either of thought or of conduct. He is plain as a pikestaff. What is in his mind must out, and if he doesn't understand a thing, he damns it. He has no secrets and no cunning, and when he is attacked he hits back with his fist. His oratory has never lost the fortissimo of his Trafalgar Square days, but he loves the finery of words, words of wondrous length and thundering sounds, words in full-bottomed wigs and court dress. He would have felt that Johnson was strangely feeble when he said that something had not wit enough to keep it sweet, but he would have forgiven the great man when he corrected himself and said, "It has not vitality enough to preserve it from putrefaction." That is the sort of verbal thunderbolt Mr. Burns hurls at you when he has time to think. Yet, like Johnson, his first impulse is to express himself in brief, emphatic Saxon and homely imagery, of which he has an abundance. "Sir," speaking of two young politicians of cold exterior, "Sir, the only difference between them is that one is strawberry and the other vanilla. They're both ices." And of an acrid person who is reported to be suffering from stomach trouble, "What can you expect of a man who has drunk nothing but vinegar for 40 years?" But when he has, so to speak, time to dress, he is a verbal aristocrat. His adjectives march in triplets and his sentiments in antithesis, as though he belonged to the 18th century instead of the 20th. He is more proud of his library of 6,000 books than of his place in the Cabinet, and would rather be caught by the photographer while reading a book on the pavement outside a second-hand bookshop in Charing Cross Road than when coming from a levee in court costume. Not that he has any objection to velvet coats, knee-breeches, and shoe-buckles. Privately, I think he knows they suit him as well as the bowler hat and the reefer jacket that he wears on all other occasions as the sign of democracy. His emotions are primal and are exhibited with entire candour. He has strong hates and strong affections, and expresses both with the frankness of a primitive nature. A noble sentiment well expressed delights him as a brightly coloured picture delights a child, and the sergeant who, when a gun-carriage had overturned in some manoeuvres on Salisbury Plain, and Mr. Burns had helped to extricate the men, said, in reply to his inquiry as to whether any one was hurt, "The men of the Royal Artillery are sometimes killed, but never hurt," captured his heart forever. The truth is that he is a victim of phrases. If he may make the phrases, he does not care who makes the bills, and, to be just to him, he has probably said more witty things than any man in politics. It is not necessary, even if it were possible, to allocate the blame for the bitterness that has sprung up between him and the Labour Party. At the root, I think, in spite of Tower Hill and Trafalgar Square, he was always something of an individualist and a bureaucrat. But whatever the merits of the quarrel, he has certainly given knocks as hard as those he received, and at least no reminder of the past ever puts him to silence or to the blush. When someone at a meeting recalled his saying of other days that no man was worth more than £500 a year, and contrasted that saying with his present salary, he answered with stentorian good humour, "Sir, I am a trade unionist. The trade union wage for Cabinet ministers is £2,000 a year. Would you have me a blackleg?" He had his foibles. He is himself the most interesting man he knows. He sees himself colossal, a figure touching the skies. He walks round himself, as it were, and he is filled with admiration at the spectacle. Wonderful! What a man! It is the egotism of the child, so frank, so irresistible, so essentially void of offence, so ready to laugh at itself. There is a story, ben trovato perhaps, that when Sir H. Campbell Bannerman offered him a seat in the Cabinet, he bowed himself out with the remark, "Well, Sir Henry, this is the most popular thing you have done." It is a story good enough to be true. It sums up so admirably the amiable weakness of this robust man. Withal, what an asset he is to our national life! What a breeze he brings with him! What wholesome fresh air! What unconquerable buoyancy! I am told that he is less popular in Battersea than he was. Then so much the worse for Battersea. If it has ceased to follow him, it has ceased to follow an honest man and a great citizen. He has fallen away from grace in the eyes of the Labour Party, who find the accents of the Treasury bench different from those of Tower Hill. So they are. So they must be. But in spite of a certain stiffening, as it were, of the muscles of the mind, his heart beats true as ever to his first and only love, the common people. He chastises them, but he loves them, not with the aloofness of a superior person, but with the love of a comrade who offers them a shining example. If he will only check the tendency to intellectual hardening which some of us observe, guard against the subtle advances of the official spirit, suspect the flatterer, and occasionally listen to old friends who will not flatter, he has a long career of service to the people before him. But when all is said, one cannot resist the conclusion that John Burns' true vocation is not that of a minister, but of a challenger, and that public life has lost far more than it has gained by harnessing him to office. I would rather hear him in Hyde Park, his great voice booming across to the palaces of Park Lane, his huge fist shaking defiance at social wrong, than hear him trying to modulate his accents to the restraints of office from the Treasury bench. He was a more heroic figure when he burst, as Llewellyn Smith and Vaughan Nash have described, into the arena of the great dock strike than he is to-day, and it is better to think of him scaling the front of the Local Government Board office, determined to be heard by the authorities within, even though he had to be heard through the windows, than to think of him sitting inside and securing a K.C.B. for the official who tried to sweep him from the window-sill in the old rebellious days. He is the greatest voice and the greatest personality the people have produced in our time, and he should have remained a free voice. As a statesman, there are plenty to eclipse him, for he has little constructive genius and no gift for the manipulation of men. But as a citizen, he has had no rival. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. William Jennings Bryan. It was a wonderful apparition of vitality that burst in on me one morning at the Hotel Cecil, where I had called to breakfast with William Jennings Bryan. "Now, sir," he said, with that air of plunging straight into business so characteristic of the American, "I find my resolution at the Inter-Parliamentary Conference is down for 9:30, and to save time I've had to breakfast early, so that while you are breakfasting I can talk right along." And seizing a chair, he sat down and talked right along. There is about him the primal energy and directness of nature. He is a Niagara of a man, a resistless torrent of inexhaustible force, thundering along in a sort of ebullient joy, mind and body in perfect equipoise. It is not the hurry and frenzy of the city that possess him, but the free, untrammelled spirit of the West, with its spacious skies and primeval forests and illimitable prairies. He has the simplicity of a son of the plains. His mind moves in large curves, and sweeps along in royal unconsciousness of academic restraints and niceties. You do not remember the proprieties in his presence, any more than you would remember them in the presence of a hurricane. For he comes right down to the bedrock of things, and his hammer rings out blows that seem to have the universe for a sounding-board. As he talks, you understand that thrilling scene when the young unknown Nebraskan stamped the Democratic Convention in 1896 and swept all rivals out of the field with his Cross of Gold speech. It is a speech of which he is probably not very proud to-day. It has passed into the lumber room of history, and he knows that the reform of American currency will have to be achieved by methods other than the jejune scheme that brought him into prominence. But the incident revealed his enormous dynamic power, even though it did not reveal an equivalent quality of statesmanship. Before he has spoken, his presence arrests you. You cannot come in sudden contact with him without a certain shock of expectation. He leaps out at you, as it were, from the drab canvas of humanity. The big, loose frame, the massive head, the bold sculpture of the face, the black, lustrous eyes, so direct and intense, the large governing nose, the wide, straight mouth with lips tight pressed, and the firm, broad chin together convey an impression of decision and power which is irresistible. It is difficult to believe that a man can be so strong as Mr. Bryan looks. Together with this appearance of elemental power, there is the sense of an elemental gentleness, a natural chivalry, a frank and human kindliness. He has the unaffected courtesy, not of one who stoops to conquer, but of one who is unconscious of social or intellectual fences. He lives, as it were, on the broad, free plane of a common humanity. His face is typically American. It is often said that the American type has not yet emerged from the welter of races out of which the ultimate American people are to be fashioned, but there is a dominant profile visible. It is the profile of McKinley and Bryan. It is the profile which suggests quite startlingly the characteristics of the aboriginal race of North America, and raises in perhaps the most piquant form the problem of the influence of climate on physique and character. Mr. Bernard Shaw gives so large a place to that influence that he seems to suggest that if only our dull English Broadbents could arrange to be born and to live in Ireland, they would become as imaginative and bright-witted as himself. Certainly the tendency of the Americans to revert to the physical contours of the red man, a tendency which has been commented on by many observers, including Mr. Ford Madox Hueffer, whom I found after his visit to America deeply impressed with the phenomenon, is too well marked to be merely fanciful. Mr. Bryan is typical, too, of the American in temperament and intellectual outlook. It is the temperament of youth, incident to a people in the making and to a light and stimulating air. The wine is new in the bottle. It lacks the mellowness of the vintage that has been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth. It is exhilarating, and expresses itself in a sanguine and dazzling optimism that goes out to meet great adventure with a challenging heart. There is a certain crudity in Mr. Bryan's mind. It seems the product not of centuries of civilization, but of a civilization that has just realized itself. The obvious has still the bloom of the dawn upon it, and that which the sophisticated mind takes for understood is subject to elaborate exposition. His intellect is bold rather than subtle, masculine rather than meticulous. His eye ranges over great horizons and sees the landscape in the large. His weapon is not the rapier, but the hammer of Thor. He is elemental and not precious. If you talk to him of poetry, you will find him indifferent to the heavy-laden incense of Keats, but quickly responsive to the austere note of Milton. For his mind is charged with the spirit of New England Puritanism, and if ever a monument is erected to him, it should be on Plymouth Rock. For had Mr. Bryan not been a politician, he would have been the greatest revivalist of our time. His qualities as a statesman have yet to be proved, and may be very seriously doubted. But his qualities as a preacher are indisputable. He is, before all else, the hot gospeller of national righteousness. Even in appearance, with his expanse of white front and his black cravat, he suggests the Methodist divine. His appeal is always to the moral conscience. The name of the Almighty is as familiar on his lips as it was on the lips of Gladstone. And it is the highest tribute to his sincerity that in employing it he never gives you the sense of canting. The truth is that he lives in an atmosphere out of which our politics have passed. No one to-day in the House of Commons ever touches the spiritual note. When we say that oratory is dead, we mean that faith, which is the soul of oratory, is dead. Oratory fell to earth when Gladstone and Bright ceased to wing it with spiritual passion and to associate the thunders of Sinai with the ideals of politics. Now, the supreme fact about Mr. Bryan is that he mingles religion and politics in the same breath. They are not distinguishable from each other, but are fused into one theme. His talk is like the talk of Cromwell, so full is it of biblical imagery and phraseology. Thus, speaking of the political awakening in America, he passes naturally to the moral and spiritual awakening as its basis. Quote, "Are you aware that the country has been going through a great revival of religion? Certainly it is true. Don't you know about the evangelistic movement, that most impressive movement towards a more personal realization of the gospel? It has taken possession of the churches everywhere. It has quickened religion. It has brought in the men and organized them, and there is a new note in popular religion. While it is quickened on its personal side, it has come to a new understanding of the social significance of Christianity. Christ said, no, it was one of the disciples, but the authority is pretty good still, he that saith he is in the light and hateth his brother is in darkness even until now. The time has come, he says, when it is perceived that religion is a concern that has to do with the family, the city, and the nation, with business and with politics, as well as with what is called the individual life. No man can individually be a religious man who commercially acts irreligiously or politically consents to irreligious measures. What we are witnessing is a revival of religion, largely concerned with men and women as members of society." End quote. All his political thinking springs out of this soil of moral ideas. The wages of sin is death, he says, to the nation as much as to the individual. In the case of a nation, a century may elapse between the sowing of the wind and the reaping of the whirlwind, but the one follows the other. He stands by the historic view of America as the land of the plowshare and not of the sword. Not that he is afraid of unsheathing the sword in a just cause. He himself raised a Nebraskan regiment in the Spanish-American War, and was himself its colonel. But aggression he hates. What is the growth of militarism for? If it is due to a fear of labor troubles, why not deal with them through the Department of Justice rather than through the Department of War? If it is due to imperialism, then imperialism attacks the most vital Christian principle, namely the propagation of good by example. What has imperialism done in the Philippines? It has sought to propagate good by force. It has been a policy of philanthropy and 5%. Sir, it can't be done. Philanthropy goes to the wall. The 5% blinds us to the real welfare of the Filipinos. The Bible plan of propagating good is by example. So live that others seeing your good works may glorify your Father. So with the tariff issue, it is the moral aspect of free trade on which he dwells. The open door is the gospel of brotherhood. Build up tariff walls, and you build up national enmities and armies and navies to support them. Break down tariff walls, and you establish a common basis of peace between the nations. Yes, I am a tariff reformer, he said to me. I had mentioned his visit to Glasgow, where he had heard Mr. Chamberlain open his fiscal campaign. But a tariff reformer with us, you know, is a free trader. Protection is a stumbling block to progress and peace. It is a cruel injustice to the poor, for taxes upon consumption always bear heaviest upon the poor and lightest upon the rich. Under taxes on consumption, men contribute not in proportion to property and income, but in proportion to what they eat, drink, wear, and use. Taxes on consumption are taxes upon our needs, and men's needs, being created by the Almighty, are much more nearly equal than their possessions. No, sir. To me, the fact that protection taxes our needs and free trade taxes our possessions, that the taxation of protection is cunning and concealed, and that the taxation of free trade is open and direct, is final. It is a bright with a slight American accent, that you think, as the broad stream of his talk flows on. I sail from headland to headland, says Bright, while Gladstone navigates every creek and inlet. And so it is with Bryan. His canvas bellies with the great wind. He does not tack and trim, but keeps to the well-charted highway and the open sea. It is this breadth of appeal, this large sculpture of his thought, the result of that moral purpose which gives it simple unity and coherence, that has made him one of the most powerful popular orators in the English-speaking world. It is true that he has twice failed to win the presidency, but his failures were more dazzling than the triumphs of other men. There has been nothing in political annals to compare with those two great presidential campaigns. He went through the country like a whirlwind. Merely as a physical performance they stand alone. In the 4 months' electioneering in 1896, he travelled 18,000 miles and delivered 2,100 speeches to an estimated total of 8 million people. During the last few weeks he often spoke 35 times a day, and once 41 times. His force never faltered, and his passion never lost its hold. I saw women in hysterics and men with tears in their eyes at his entrance, says an American journalist, describing the scene at a meeting in Indianapolis, where the great audience had sat in a temperature of 110 degrees, waiting hour by hour for the candidate who had been held up by the train. I timed the length of excitement. It was 20 minutes before Bryan could sit down. His power owes nothing to rhetorical trickery. His voice is rich, deep, and musical, but he does not use it with conscious display. He talks quite simply and naturally, and uses few gestures. The physical resources which this titanic campaigning indicates are a tribute to the stock from which he springs. So far as I have been able to discover, he told me with a smile, I embody the British Isles, for my ancestry is English, Irish, and Scotch. The intensity of the feeling against him among the Republican and propertied classes can only be indicated by recalling the attitude of English society towards Sir H. Campbell Bannerman at the time of the war. I had a sudden revelation of it at dinner one night, when seated beside an American lady. At the mention of his name her serenity vanished, and she burst into a torrent of invective that left him a moral ruin. But hateful as his democratic doctrines are to his opponents, no one ever challenges their sincerity or doubts his honesty. He has carried that honesty into business. He left the law for journalism, and owns a newspaper, The Commoner, at Lincoln, Nebraska, and in that paper he never allows any trust-made article to be advertised. That, nevertheless, he draws an income of £6,000 a year from it is a pleasant evidence that it is possible to be at once honest and prosperous even in America. And, indeed, whether he becomes President or not, the fact that a man of this type is one of the most popular figures in America is a reassuring feature in the dark sky of its future. All the elements of ruin and combustion are visible. A constitution, rigid and inelastic, and founded on unqualified individualism, has allowed the growth of a trust system which holds the State in the hollow of its hand. The land of the free has become a land of economic serfs, its franchises exploited by financial highwaymen, its municipalities sinks of corruption, its necessaries shut out by a tyrannous protective tariff built up by the Republican party at the dictation of the plutocratic power that dominates it. Underneath is the volcanic fire of an insurgent people. If the disaster that threatens is to be escaped, it can only be by a new war of emancipation that will strike the fetters of private monopoly off the limbs of the democracy. It is the economic liberation of a people that is the real problem of American politics, and as you look at the clear, resolute eye and the large, masterful face of Mr. Bryan, you feel that here is a man who will play a large part in that liberation. We may doubt whether he will carry it through, for his mental processes are too elementary for the practical engineering work of politics. There will need to be other, more instructed, more acute, more scientific minds to plan the new social structure. But he will supply the moral fervour and the large purpose. He will not manipulate the storm, but he will give it impetus and direction. His task, in a word, is not that of statesmanship, but of revivalism, and it is as the field preacher of politics that he will do his best service to his country. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Lewis Harcourt. "What I really think," said Mr. Harcourt. "What you really think," interrupted the other, laughing, "is known only to Mr. Lewis Harcourt and his Maker." Mr. Harcourt smiled his inscrutable smile and proceeded. The thrust glanced off the impenetrable corselet, but it expressed what one feels about this dominating, masterful figure that sits so tight in the saddle, wears ever an unruffled front, turns aside the smashing blow with a jest, seems never hurried, never worried, pursues his purpose with such stillness that he is forgotten until the mine explodes and the match that fired it is seen in his hand. The lightnings play about the path of Mr. Winston Churchill. Mr. Harcourt advances in the shadow, unobtrusively, unnoted, except by the few. Watch him casually, and he seems but a spectator of the game, amused and interested, but never caught in its central swirl, a man after Mr. George Russell's own heart, carrying with him the atmosphere of the 18th century, full of worldly, ironic wisdom, rich in stories of men and events, too fond of pulling the mechanism of the watch to pieces ever to become a wheel in its works. That is the superficial view of Mr. Harcourt. Behind this easy, imperturbable exterior you find one of the most subtle, most far-seeing, most unswerving influences in politics. "It was the intrigues of young Harcourt that upset my apple cart," Lord Rosebery is reported to have once said. The saying, if authentic, was not quite true. The man who upset Lord Rosebery's apple cart was Lord Rosebery. But those who know most of the intricate story of those troubled years when Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman was holding aloft the old flag, surrounded by open enemies and cold friends, know how much of the ultimate triumph was due to the astuteness and passionless loyalty of Mr. Harcourt. I would rather have him at my back in a row than any man in politics. Mr. Harcourt bides his time. He has the rare gift of immeasurable patience. Jacob toiled for Laban 14 years, but Mr. Harcourt toiled for his father 20. He gave up not only his youth but his maturity to that filial service. He took on himself the humblest secretarial tasks. He learned shorthand and typewriting to facilitate his father's work. He sought no place for himself. He drudged 17 hours a day over his father's budgets. He grubbed among blue books and dusty documents. He was over 40 before he sought a seat in Parliament. Even when he entered the House he was content to remain silent, to wait. He was to the world just Lulu, Sir William's son, an amiable young man devoted to his father, the shadow of a great name. When he was given a place in the Ministry, he had not uttered a word in Parliament, and there was a certain justice in the allusion to him as an interesting experiment. The phrase tickled him. I have a letter from him signed, "The Interesting Experiment." He delivered his first Parliamentary speech as a Minister of the Crown, and he came into his kingdom at a stride. His long apprenticeship was over, and a new force of first-rate possibilities was added to the drama of politics. He emerged in a day from the obscurity of 20 years into the front rank of the conflict, equipped with every Parliamentary resource, knowing all the inner workings of the machine, familiar from his childhood with the great figures of the past — Gladstone, Disraeli, Salisbury, astute, serene, unfathomable, with the suavity of conscious power, and most dangerous when he was most suave. The glove was velvet, but the hand within was iron. To-day Mr. Harcourt stands out as one of the three men in the Liberal Party to whom all things seem possible. Political life never furnished a more startling contrast in temperament and outlook than two of those three furnish — the one eager, restless, inquiring, passionate, modern as the morning's news sheet, drinking life in great feverish draughts as if he feared that every moment would snatch the goblet from his lips for ever, a mountain torrent in spate; the other, calm and secure, cool and calculating, living as if he had all eternity to work in, as if he had the key to every problem and had tasted all that was in the cup of life; the orbit of the one incalculable, the orbit of the other known to the fraction of a second. For Mr. Harcourt has his roots in the past. He treads in the established tradition of British statesmanship. To him the world is still divisible into Whigs and Tories, the old party lines still plainly mark the path before him. He will never lead a social revolution. He will never blaze out into any raging, tearing propaganda. He will never desert the Tabernacle, and if ever the Old Guard comes into action on the evening of some Waterloo, it will be Mr. Harcourt who will lead the van. In a word, he is for the party first and last, for Liberalism as he understands it and as his father understood it, for Liberalism is the instrument of sober, considered progress upon familiar lines, yielding here a little and there a little to the fierce clamour of the new time with its new strange voices, but keeping ever to the great trunk road of which Walpole was the engineer in the 18th century and Gladstone in the 19th. How far a mind so rooted in the past, so remote from popular sympathies and the spirit of the modern democratic movement, so governed by a conception of society organically unchanging, can control the lightnings that flash in the political sky of the 20th century and bring them into the service of the cause to which he is devoted, is one of the most interesting problems of the future. It is the problem of Liberalism itself, the problem of how far the principles of Liberalism, which have worked out the civil and religious freedom of the people, can be successfully applied to securing their economic freedom and their liberation from the serfdom of circumstance and the wrongs of social injustice. Few men have appealed less to the gallery than Mr. Harcourt. He does not scan far horizons. He does not declare any vision of a promised land. He has no passionate fervour for humanity, and is too honest to pretend to any. He is a practical politician with no dithyrambs. He loves the intricacies of the campaign more than the visionary gleam, the actual more than the potential, present facts more than future fancies. He is the man without a dream. But he is the type of man who brings the dreams of others to pass, the builder who translates the imagination of the architect into terms of wood and stone. Other men will prophesy. He will perform. Other men will create the atmosphere of change. He will give it form and shape. He is the man who puts things through. There has been no more striking feat of supple capacity combined with unyielding purpose than his conduct of the Small Holdings Act last session. His smile is more potent than the speeches of other men. He has you unhorsed with a phrase, and when you think to catch him napping, you find that he has all his battalions within earshot, ready to descend on you like an avalanche. He is the organizer of victory, the general who will not lose a gun. If his possibilities are not realized, it will be because in his secret heart he distrusts the eager movement of the time and conceives his function to be that of a check upon its enthusiasms rather than an inspiration, and because he has too much of the spirit of the grand seigneur to be entirely at home in the heat and dust of these democratic days. To the general he will always be a little caviare. The general is not responsive to persiflage and elaborate irony. Mr. Harcourt has the manners and the mental habitudes of the ancien régime. He would not pass for a parvenu. You would not associate his origins with dry goods. His philosophy is that of Walpole, and it is of that statesman more than any other that he reminds you. There is about him nothing of the hurry of the 20th century, and no suspicion of its feverish intellectual unrest. The riddles of the universe do not disturb him. He is the man of leisure and of taste, who is very pleased with the world and entirely at home in it, and who has the security and ease that come from generations of spacious life. If he drops into poetry, you expect it to be Horatian, and when he tells a story, it has the flavour of the great world. He suggests ancestors, knights in armour, bishops in lawn sleeves, stalwart 18th-century squires striding over ploughed lands with a gun and drinking their 3 bottles at night in Georgian mansions, masterful men all, lords of many acres, politely familiar with the classics, their walls hung with Lely's leering ladies and Kneller's unimaginative wigs. He is at once curiously like and unlike his father. He has Sir William's great height. He stands 6'2" or so, but he is as lean as Cassius, while his father's girth was Falstaffian. Sir William was a famous trencherman, with the constitution of a Norse hero. His son is delicate and fastidious, and when he comes into the room he looks for the draughts. He has much of his father's wit, but none of his father's irascibility. He smiles urbanely and darkly where his father thundered. He has the Olympian manner of Sir William, but it is more restrained, and men never joke about his Plantagenet descent, though to his father's royal pedigree he adds another kinship with royalty through his mother, a Clarendon. The toast of Sir William Harcourt and the rest of the royal family is never adapted to his case. But he is not indifferent to the other branch of the family, and is a close friend of the King, whom he entertains at Nuneham in regal state. For he has great wealth through his wife, the daughter of the late Mr. W. H. Burns of New York. The heavy, untuned voice, like the late Duke of Devonshire's, the voice of an authentic aristocracy, broken, I suppose, in the view-halloo of generations of fox-hunting forebears, is not adapted to rhetoric. But his speeches are of the same vintage as Sir William's, and when he rises the House knows that it is going to have some innocent merriment. Sometimes his merriment is out of touch with the modern sentiment, as in the case of his speeches on the woman suffrage question, which would have done very well, no doubt, in his own 18th century, but ring a little unpleasantly in ours. There is a certain incongruity between a man of such powers and his office. It is like Hackenschmidt wheeling a perambulator, but he wheels it astonishingly well and seems to enjoy the task. He has raised the office of First Commissioner of Works to a level that it had never reached before. He has shown in it the same managing spirit that he revealed at the Home Counties Liberal Federation, for the triumph around London in 1906 was largely his, and which is restoring the ancient glories of the Nuneham seat, which came to him in some embarrassment and decay. He has saved the time of the House by simplifying the divisions. He has reorganized the catering as adroitly as though he had spent his youth at Spears and Pond's instead of Eton. He has rearranged the dining rooms and won the heart of everybody by his thoughtful stewardship. He has inaugurated a great scheme for the development of the public galleries, and has worked wonders in the royal parks, raising wages, cheapening refreshments, giving facilities for games. I know of no pleasanter fact about him than his consideration for the children. He has some charming children of his own, and perhaps that is why he remembers other people's little girls and boys who have no Newnham Park to play in. His happy idea of making some of the animals in the Zoo visible from the outside where the children play in Regent's Park is an illustration of this engaging side of his character and administration. When he resigns the perambulator, Parliament will discover behind this exterior of polite persiflage one of the ablest executive brains in politics, a capacious mind moving without haste and without deviation to deeply considered ends, subtle, adroit, resourceful, omnia capax imperii, but most capable of all in ruling men whom he knows through and through, while he himself remains always something of a mystery. For he has none of the self-revelation of Mr. Churchill, who throws all his cards on the table with the careless frankness of Fox, and turns out his mind with the joy of a boy turning out his pockets. Mr. Harcourt has his battalions masked. What I really think, he says. What you really think, you reply. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38, Augustine Birrell, K.C. If a vote were taken in the House of Commons on the question of the most popular member, it is certain that Mr. Augustine Birrell's name would be in the first half-dozen. For Mr. Birrell is an impostor who has been found out. He affects to be a very gruff and menacing person. He looks fiercely at you from below his corrugated brows. He raps out an answer like a schoolmaster cracking an unruly pupil across the knuckles with a ruler. He will have you understand, sir, that he is not to be trifled with. You are to know, sir, that he is a very hard and ruthless taskmaster, not at all the person to stand any nonsense, sir. Do you not flinch before his fierce eyes, sir? Do you not tremble at the roll of this terrible voice? You do nothing of the sort, for you have discovered long since that all this stage thunder is a deplorable make-believe. The eyes that try to look so fierce are really twinkling with good humour behind the spectacles, and the mouth that is closed with such firmness gives itself away by curving up at the corners into an avuncular benevolence. You suspect that his hand is feeling in the avuncular pocket for half-a-crown. He is indeed the whitewashed uncle of the golden age, who comes up on the horizon like a black cloud and vanishes in an auriferous shower. Even the little boys in Battersea Park found him out, for has he not told us that when he was wandering there, excogitating his speech on the Education Bill, all the youngsters pursued him with the refrain, "Please, sir, will you tell me the right time?" That fact is a certificate. When a little boy asks you for the right time, please, sir, you are entitled to regard yourself as an amiable figure. It is a mark of public confidence and esteem. It is a tribute to you, not only as a man of property and of leisure, but as a man of that easy, companionable exterior, that placid frame of mind that invites the casual intrusion. You have room and to spare in your capacious nature for the little amenities of life. You may be thinking incontinence, but there are lollipops in your pocket. I can imagine no more conclusive epitaph than this: the children loved him and asked him for the right time. There is an idea that Mr. Birrell is a cynic, that, like Walpole, he believes every man has his price and that humanity in the lump is a very bad lot. But his cynicism, too, is a masquerade. It is a cynicism not of Swift, but of Thackeray, of whom he is reminiscent both in temperament and appearance. His heart is so tender that he pretends he hasn't got one. Man delights me not, nor woman neither, he seems to say. Look at what a rogue you are, sir, and see what a merciless, inhuman fellow I am. I am an ogre, sir, and you are another. We're all ogres. And then, down in his comfortable study in Elm Park Road, you run the reality to earth and discover in him a man full of the milk of human kindness, sensitive to a fault, endowed with a large and spacious tolerance, bearing the burden of office with a sympathy and an anxious solicitude that brings to mind John Redmond's axiom that only a man of the toughest fibre and indurated heart can fill the Irish office under present conditions, and that Mr. Birrell has far too much feeling for the job. Mr. Birrell, indeed, has not the temperament which is adapted to politics. Parliament is no place for the man of feeling. It demands either a rare moral elevation that is unconscious of the whips and scorns of office, or a hard integument that is impervious to them. The big motives move in the atmosphere of an attorney's office, and he is the most successful who has the fewest scruples. Your principles must hang about you, in Falstaff's phrase, lightly like an old lady's loose gown, and you must be able to tack and turn with the veering wind. You must have, in fact, the barristerial frame of mind, emotionally detached from the cause it advocates, cool, agile, and sincerely cynical that is, in fact, and not in form. If your conscience is a little seared, so much the better, for politics is a compromise with conscience, and a seared conscience gives least trouble. All this means that the lawyer and the business man are most at home in the atmosphere of politics. Now, Mr. Birrell is not a lawyer. It is true that he has lived in chambers as a king's counsel, and has earned his bread by the law. But no man I know has less of the lawyer temperament, less of the mental outlook of so typical a lawyer as, let us say, Sir Edward Carson. You cannot imagine Mr. Birrell treating a client with the cold detachment of an algebraical problem. He regards him less as an intellectual exercise than as a human emotion. It is not enough to think for him, he must feel with him, or against him, as the case may be. His mind is never engaged alone, his heart must be engaged too. Intellect and feeling are not in watertight compartments, as they ought to be in every well-equipped lawyer. They are one and indivisible. This is a serious handicap for the politician. It prevents him making out the best possible case for a thing in which he does not believe. Here we have the cause of the singular variations in Mr. Birrell's parliamentary manner. When he brought in the Irish Councils Bill, a legacy from his predecessor in the Irish office, he brought it in the accents of defeat. The key was minor, the terms apologetic. When, at the close, Mr. Balfour rose and said, "The right honourable gentleman has brought in a bill which the House does not believe in, and which, I venture to say, the right honourable gentleman does not believe in himself," you felt that he spoke the truth and held the winning hand. How different when Mr. Birrell brought in his Universities Bill! Here he believed in his client wholeheartedly, and his speech had an elevation and a conviction that carried the House as one man. If I were a client with an honest case, I would rather have him as my advocate than any man I know. But as advocatus diaboli he should be given the widest berth. He would throw up his brief and leave the devil in the lurch. His candour is a fatal bar to the fulfilment of the promise which he gave in opposition. He has no concealments, none of that atmosphere of impenetrable mystery which all artful leaders cultivate, and his valour is greater than his discretion, which is a serious defect in a leader. He does not suffer fools gladly, or at all. If he tires of a job, he says so, and his patience with bores and with peddling opposition is soon exhausted. God takes his text and preaches patience, says Herbert, but Mr. Birrell does not listen to the sermon. He is sometimes more than a little impatient with his own political friends. "You may as well tear up the bill," he says hotly to a committee worrying him to concede something he won't concede. and he foreshadows a new measure with the honest, if impolitic, announcement that 2 of his legislative attempts have been defeated, and that if the 3rd fails he will take his quietus. It is this blunt frankness with himself and with the world that handicaps him as a statesman and makes him so dear to the House. He is always himself, never filling a part or playing for safety. He is what in Lancashire they would call Jannock. Dissimulation vanishes at his breezy presence, and his gay veracity and unequivocal good faith win all hearts even though they may lose votes. He clears up the spirits and restores the humanities of debate. He is like an oasis in the desert of arid talk, bubbling with fresh waters and rich with verdurous glooms and winding mossy ways. He has, indeed, the most individual note that is heard in Parliament, a certain mingling of mellow wit and mellow wisdom that is unique. He brings with him the atmosphere of the library, and moves, as it were, under the arch of a great sky. His dispatch-box may contain the draft of a bill, but you suspect that Lavengro, a thin paper, leather-covered, dog's-eared volume, is in his pocket. Or perhaps it is the Religio Medici or the Apologia, for his sympathies have no limits within the limits of noble literature and honest feeling. He loves to hear the wind on the heath, brother, but he loves, too, the cool, cloistral calm of Newman. He is true to the tradition of free churchmanship, which he derives both from his father, the Rev. Charles M. Birrell, a distinguished Baptist minister of Liverpool, and from his mother, a daughter of the Rev. Dr. Gray, one of the Disruption Fathers. But he cares little for creeds either in religion or politics. Liberalism is not a creed, but a frame of mind, he says somewhere, and he turns from the conflicts of the sects with unconcealed wrath. In all things he cares more for the spirit than the letter. For forms of faith let graceless zealots fight. He can't be wrong whose life is in the right. He would be the last man to scrape an acquaintance with on the ground of community of creed, the first to greet you on the ground of human sympathy. Mr. Birrell, in fact, is not primarily a politician or a lawyer, but a literary man of strong humanist sympathies. It was as a literary man that he swam into our ken. The freshness and sanity of Obiter Dicta made him a marked man. We came to look to him for a certain generous wine, with beaded bubbles winking on the brim. A wine compounded of all the great vintages of the past, but with a bouquet all its own. His wit has a distinction that is unmistakable. It is at once biting and genial. It is like the caricature of F.C.G. in its breadth and humanity. It does not wither you. It buffets you with great thwacking blows, but without malice. He thumps you as though he loved you, with a jolly humour that makes you the sharer rather than the victim of his fun. The Birrellisms that he has scattered in his path are unlike any other blossoms of wit. You know them as you know the demure pleasantries of Holmes or the archaic solemnities of Lamb. The House of Lords represent nobody but themselves, and they enjoy the full confidence of their constituents. Or, a pension of 5 shillings a week is not much encouragement to longevity. Or of Mr. Tim Healy, he loves everybody except his neighbour. His humour leaps out with a kind of lambent playfulness that makes you feel happy because it involves pain to none. Are you going to punish people, he asked in a libel action before Mr. Justice Darling, simply for having a lively fancy? There wouldn't be many to punish, interposed Mr. Justice Darling, the licensed jester of the bench. I don't know, said Mr. Birrell, with that heavy gravity with which he loves to envelop his fun. I don't know that many judicial vacancies would be created, my lord. It is the summer lightning of a gracious sky, luminous but kindly. There is in him a touch of chivalry that borders on Quixotism, a generous and uncalculating spirit that makes him the leader of forlorn hopes. Who but he would have surrendered the security of West Fife in the midst of the khaki election to go out and fight North East Manchester? It seems like an act of political felo de se. It meant years of exclusion from Parliament, and possibly the wreck of his whole career. This disinterestedness, so rare in politics, was revealed in his acceptance of the Irish secretaryship. He had just borne the brunt of the battle at the Education Office, and was entitled to a period of pause, and to any office that he chose to ask for. I am revealing no secret in saying that other men, more discreet, declined the most thankless task the Ministry has to offer. Mr. Birrell took it, and for the second time in succession became the centre of all the lightnings of the political sky, charged with a bill which was not his conception, and faced with the problem of cattle driving. It is the highest tribute to his good sense and to his mingled firmness and reasonableness that he got through that ugly difficulty without disaster. It might have meant coercion, with all its calamitous consequences. It is that dread hanging over the Irish secretary that must make the office a nightmare. For no ministry and no minister is safe from it. Convictions may be strong, but external rule must rest ultimately upon coercion. You cannot get rid of the danger until you have got rid of the system. Mr. Birrell knows that. There is only one remedy for Ireland, he says, and as he says it, you recall Lincoln's axiom that God never made one people good enough to govern another people, not even though the governing people were so virtuous as the English, and the governed so imperfect as the Irish. It is curious to recall that there was a time when Mr. Birrell was regarded as a possible leader of the Liberal party. That possibility soon disappeared when he was seen in office. He has none of the masterful grip of the House which Mr. Asquith possesses, and none of the swiftness and subtlety of Mr. Lloyd George or Mr. Balfour. He wears harness uneasily, is apt to be brusque and impatient, to blurt out what is in his mind with a take-it-or-leave-it air, and to give the impression that he will see you hanged before he will do this, that, or the other. With all his delightful humour, in short, he has little suaviter in modo, and little skill in the management of men and situations. The wear and tear of office have left their mark more visibly on him than any other member of the Ministry. It is the price which the literary temperament has to pay for entering into the sphere of affairs. A literary man in office is like a fish out of water. His temperament is too nervous and apprehensive for the rough task of politics. He may create the atmosphere of politics, but it is the rude mechanic fellows, to use Cromwell's phrase, the men of action, the men who can handle facts rather than ideas, and who are governed by mind rather than spirit, who are necessary for statesmanship. It is a significant fact that no essential literary man has ever made a first-rate position in practical politics, and the succès d'estime of Mr. Birrell and Lord Morley does not surprise by its modesty, but by its relative magnitude. It is like a defiance of a natural law. And however boldly Mr. Birrell writes his name on the statute book, the real place to find his authentic signature will always be on the fly-leaf of a merry book. "Would you return to the bar if the Government went out of office?" he was once asked. "When we are kicked out of office," he is said to have replied, "I shall retire with my modest savings to —— and really read Boswell." It is an enviable ambition. We may wish him a long evening for its fulfilment. Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings, by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Rudyard Kipling. Mr. Rudyard Kipling is the first Englishman to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. He is the first Englishman to be crowned in the court of literary Europe. He is chosen as our representative man of letters, while George Meredith, Thomas Hardy, and Algernon Charles Swinburne are still amongst us. The goldsmiths are passed by, and the literary blacksmith is exalted. We do not know the grounds of the decision, but we do know that Mr. Kipling is not our king. Where O'Flaherty sits is the head of the table. Where George Meredith sits is the throne of English literature. 20 years ago Mr. Kipling went up in the sky like a rocket out of the magic East, scattering its many-colored jewels in the bowl of night. Never was there such a dazzling spectacle. The firmament with all its stars was a mere background of blackness for its sudden splendor. Today we see that the firmament with its stars is still there. What of the rocket? It was a portent. It proclaimed the beginning of a decade of delirium, which was to culminate in a great catastrophe, 20,000 British dead on the South African veldt, and the Saturnalia of Mafeking night in London. The rocket that rose in the East completed its arc in the Transvaal. Mr. Kipling, in a word, was the poet of the great reaction. This voice sang us free, says Mr. Watson of Wordsworth. It may be said of Mr. Kipling that this voice sang us captive. Through all the amazing crescendo of the 90s, with its fever of speculation, its Barney Barnatos and Whitaker Wrights, its swagger and its violence, its raids and its music-hall frenzies, the bard of the banjo marched ahead of the throng, shouting his songs of the barrack-room, telling his tales of the camp-fire and the jungle, proclaiming the worship of the great god Jingo. What did they know of England, those pitiful, mean-souled little Englanders, prating of justice, slobbering over natives, canting about the righteousness that exalteth a nation? Righteousness! Had we not the mailed fist, and was not the God of battles with us? For the Lord our God most high, He hath made the deep as dry, He hath smote for us a pathway to the ends of all the earth. Was not this fair earth ours by purchase and right of race? Had we not bought it from Jehovah by blood and sacrifice? We have strawed our best to the weed's unrest, to the shark and the shearing gull. If blood be the price of admiralty, Lord God, we have paid in full. And should we not do as we would with our own, the Indian in India, the Boer in the Transvaal, the Irishman in Ireland? What were they but food for our imperial hopper? Paget, M.P., was a liar, a wretched emissary of Exeter Hall, prowling around the quarters of gentlemen and cackling about the grievances of Indians. What did he know of India? What were the natives that they should have grievances? And the Irish, what were they but traitors? Traitors against the chosen people of the God of blood and iron, of his inflamed vision, that God beneath whose awful hand we hold dominion over palm and pine. And labor? What was the insurgence of labor but the insolent murmurings of the walking delegate? For the chosen people were few. They did not include the miserable rabble who toiled and who only became interesting to the godlike mind when they took the shilling and entered the lordliest life on earth. The chosen people, in a word, had Mr. Cecil Rhodes at one end of the scale and the raw recruitery at the other, and the Empire was an armed camp, governing by drumhead court-martial, its deity a strange heathen god of violence and vengeance. The war came, and Mr. Kipling turned contemptuously to the little street-bred people and commanded them to pay, pay, pay. It was their paltry share in the glorious enterprise of conquest and empire. And when peace followed, and down at Rottingdean, Lady Burne-Jones, the aunt of the poet, pointed the moral by hanging out the legend from Naboth's vineyard, "Hast thou killed and also taken possession?" And the people with the dregs of the war fever in them came about and demonstrated violently. There emerged from the house a small dark man in spectacles with words of soothing and peace. It was Mr. Rudyard Kipling, face to face with the passions that he had done so much to kindle. It is like a bad dream, the tale of those years, a bad dream, with the strum of the banjo sounding through it a sort of mirthless demoniac laugh, the laugh heard at its most terrible in the gentleman rankers. We're poor little lambs who've lost our way, ba, ba, ba. We're little black sheep who've gone astray, ba, ba. Gentlemen rankers out on the spree, damned from here to eternity. God have mercy on such as we, ba, ya, ba. What was the secret of the hypnotism he exercised? It was partly the magic of an appeal perfectly attuned to the temper of the time. Israel had waxed fat and had turned to the worship of the golden calf. It was the emergence of the baser passions, the lust of power without a purpose, of wealth without industry. The gold of South Africa had set up a fever in the blood. It was as though the nation had left the temples of its ancient worship to fall down before the ball of the Stock Exchange. And in its haste to grow rich, it turned passionately upon the stupid little pastoral people that stood insolently in its path, and, drunk with sight of power, we loosed wild tongues that had not thee in awe. In that momentary flash of the recessional, Mr. Kipling pierced to the heart of the disease and delivered his own merciless sentence. And partly it was due to the astonishing intensity of his vision. Coleridge said of Kean that to see him act was like reading Shakespeare by flashes of lightning. Mr. Kipling sees life by flashes of lightning, and sets it down in phrases that strike like lightning. It is a world filled with sudden and sinister shapes, not men, but the baleful caricatures of men, not women, but Maenad sisters with wild and bloodshot eyes and fearful dishevelled locks, with boys that drink and smoke and swear like dragoons, animals that talk, and machinery that reasons like a yellow journalist. It is all a disordered, frenzied motion, soulless and cruel, a world seen in a nightmare, with all the intensity and literalness of a nightmare, and all its essential untruth. It is a fantastic mockery such as lurks in some wild poet when he works without a conscience or an aim. There is the essential fact. Mr. Kipling is a precocious boy with a camera. He has the gift of vision, but not the gift of thought. He sees the detail with astonishing truth, but he cannot coordinate the parts. He gives the impression of encyclopedic knowledge, for everything he sees is photographed on his retina, and everything he hears is written down in his brain. There is nothing he does not seem to know, from the habits of Aquila the wolf in the jungle, or the seal in the Bering Straits, to the building of a bridge and the mechanism of a liner, from the ways of Fuzzy Wuzzy in the desert to the ways of the harlot in Whitechapel. All lands are an open book to him, the 7 seas as familiar as the Serpentine. He uses the dialect of Macandrew or Mulvaney as readily as the jargon of the East, and is as much at home in the Ratcliffe Highway as on the road to Mandalay. He is like the Encyclopaedia Britannica, fused with imagination at white heat, and as the encyclopedia is to literature, so is he to life. He knows everything except human nature. He knows all about life, but he does not know life, because he does not know the heart of man. And to the intense vision of the boy he joins the passions of the boy. I am told by one who was with him when he came from India to England to school that he remembers him chiefly by the pranks he used to play at the expense of a mild Hindu kneeling on board at his devotions. It was the instinctive dislike of the boy of the thing outside the range of his experience. Mr. Kipling has never outgrown that outlook. It is the outlook of the unschooled mind, vivid and virile, confident but crude, subject to fierce antipathies, and lacking that faculty of sympathy that is the highest attribute of humanity. He dislikes everything he does not understand, everything which does not conform to that material standard which substitutes Mayfair for Sinai and speaks its prophecies through the mouth of the machine-gun. A further cause of the unrivalled sway he exercised over the mind of the public was his fervid patriotism. He sang of England with a defiance that sounded a challenge to the world and sent the blood singing through the veins. It was said of General Kleber that merely to look at him made men feel brave. To read Kipling made men feel martial and aggressive. We went out like the children of Hamlin Town to the sudden rattle of a drum. But the England of his hot passion was not the little England that we know, the England of Shakespeare and Milton, the England of a high and chivalrous past that freed the slave, stretched out its hand to the oppressed, and taught the world the meaning of liberty. "What do they know of England who only England know?" he cried scornfully, as he marched on, singing his fierce songs of an England that bestrode the world like a Colossus, treading the little peoples of the earth into the dust beneath its iron heel. It was an appeal to the patriotism not of a people proud of its splendid services to humanity, proud of having been ever foremost in the files of time, but of a people filled only with the pride of material conquest. It was not the soul of England that he loved and sang, but the might of England, the thunder of its battleships, and the tread of its armies across the plains. Mr. Kipling, in short, was not the prophet of a philosophy or of an ideal, but of a mood. The world of his imagination is a world without meaning or a purpose, for it is divorced from all moral judgments and values. His gospel of violence leads nowhere except to more violence. The lesser breeds are trodden in the dust, but the chosen people are touched to no fine issues by their victory. They have enslaved their foes without ennobling themselves. Justice and liberty, mercy and tolerance, all that gives humanity vision and nobleness is sacrificed to an idol whose nostrils breathe fire and smoke and whose eyes blaze with vengeance. From all this it is doubtful if he is of the immortals. With all his wonderful gifts, his swift phrase, his imaginative power, his intellectual energy, he is temporary as the moment's passion, transient as the moment's hate. For his vision is of the lightning, fantastically real, not of the sun, sovereign and serene. Hence his astonishing influence while the mood to which he appealed was in the ascendant, and his subsidence when that mood had passed. He knows much of hate, but he knows little of love, and in literature, as in the angel's recording book, it is Ben Adhem's name, the name of him who loved his fellow men, that leads all the rest. He knows much of the street, but nothing of the stars. And indeed, wrote Tennyson, what matters it what a man knows or does if he keep not a reverential looking upward? He is only the subtlest beast of the field. A reverential looking upward. Where in all that literature of passion and horror, of the humor of the death's head and the terrible gaiety of despair, of a world without a conscience or an aim, do we find the recognition that man has a soul as well as faculties, a moral law as well as the law of the jungle? Once only, and in all the little ironies of literature there is none more significant than that Mr. Kipling will probably be best remembered by that flash of a nobler inspiration when he turned and rent himself and the gospel that he preached. For heathen heart that puts his trust in reeking tube and iron shard, all valiant dust that builds on dust, and guarding calls not thee to guard, for frantic boast and foolish word, thy mercy on thy people, Lord. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40, Gilbert K. Chesterton. Walking down Fleet Street some day, you may meet a form whose vastness blots out the heavens. Great waves of hair surge from under the soft, wide-brimmed hat. A cloak that might be a legacy from Porthos floats about his colossal frame. He pauses in the midst of the pavement to read the book in his hand, and a cascade of laughter descending from the head notes to the middle voice gushes out on the listening air. He looks up, adjusts his pince-nez, observes that he is not in a cab, remembers that he ought to be in a cab, turns and hails a cab. The vehicle sinks down under the unusual burden and rolls heavily away. It carries Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Mr. Chesterton is the most conspicuous figure in the landscape of literary London. He is like a visitor out of some fairy tale, a legend in the flesh, a survival of the childhood of the world. Most of us are the creatures of our time, thinking its thoughts, wearing its clothes, rejoicing in its chains. If we try to escape from the temporal tyranny, it is through the gate of revolt that we go. Some take to asceticism or to some fantastic foppery of the moment. Some invent utopias, lunch on nuts and proteid at Eustace Miles, and flaunt red ties defiantly in the face of men and angels. The world is bond, but they are free. But in all this they are still the children of our time, fleeting and self-conscious. Mr. Chesterton's extravagances have none of this quality. He is not a rebel. He is a wayfarer from the ages, stopping at the inn of life, warming himself at the fire, and making the rafters ring with his jolly laughter. Time and place are accidents. He is elemental and primitive. He is not of our time, but of all times. One imagines him drinking deep draughts from the horn of Scrimmer, or exchanging jests with Falstaff at the Boar's Head in Eastcheap, or joining in the intellectual revels at the Mermaid Tavern, or meeting Johnson foot to foot and dealing blow for mighty blow. With Rabelais he rioted, and Don Quixote and Sancho were his vera britters. One seems to see him coming down from the twilight of fable through the centuries, calling wherever there is good company, and welcome wherever he calls, for he brings no cult of the time or pedantry of the schools with him. He has the freshness and directness of the child's vision. In a very real sense, indeed, he has never left the Golden Age, never come out into the light of common day, where the tone is grey and things have lost their imagery. He lives in a world of romance, peopled with giants, and gay with the light laughter of fairies. The visible universe is full of magic and mystery. The trees are giants, waving their arms in the air. The great globe is a vast caravanserai carrying us all in a magnificent adventure through space. He moves in an atmosphere of enchantment, and may stumble upon a romance at the next street corner. Beauty in distress may call to him from some hollow secrecy. Some tyrannous giant may straddle like Apollyon across the path as he comes into Carmelite Street. It is well that he has his sword-stick with him, for one never knows what may turn up in this incredible world. Memory goeth not back to a time when a sword was not his constant companion. It used to be a wooden sword, with which went a wooden helmet glowing with the pigments of Apollo. These were the days when the horn of Roland echoed again through Roncesvalles, and Lancelot pricked forth to the joust, and ever the scaly shape of monstrous sin at last lay vanquished, fold on writhing fold. Ah, le bon temps où j'étais jeune! But he still carries with him the glamour of the morning. His cheek still blanches at Charlemagne's "What a marching life is mine!" I burst in on him one afternoon and found him engaged in a furious attack on a row of fat books, around which his sword flashed like the sword of Sergeant Troy round the figure of Bathsheba Everdene. His eyes blazed, his cheek paled, and beads of perspiration, no uncommon thing, stood out on his brow. It was a terrific combat, and it was fortunate that the foe were not, as in the leading case of Don Quixote, disguised in wineskins, for that would have involved lamentable bloodshed. As it was, the books wore an aspect of insolent calm. One could almost see the contemptuous curl upon the lip, and the haughty assurance of victory. I own it was hard to bear. Adventure is an affair of the soul, not of circumstance. Thoreau, by his pond at Walden, or paddling up the Concord, had more adventures than Stanley had on the Congo, more adventures than Stanley could have. That was why he refused to come to Europe. He knew he could see as many wonders from his own backyard as he could, though he sought for them in the islands of the farthest seas. "Why, who makes much of miracles?" says Whitman. "As to me, I know of nothing else but miracles. To me, every hour of the light and dark is a miracle." Miracles and adventures are the stuff of Mr. Chesterton's everyday life. He goes out on the Sussex Downs with his coloured chalks. In the cavernous mysteries of his pockets there is always a box of pastels, though the mark of the mint, in his own phrase, may be unaccountably absent, and discovers he has no white chalk with which to complete his picture. His foot stumbles against a mound, and lo, he is standing on a mountain of chalk, and he shouts with joy at the miracle, for the world has never lost its freshness and wonder to him. It is as though he discovers it anew each day, and stands exultant at the revelation. It is a splendid pageant that passes unceasingly before him, new and yet old as the foundations of the heavens and earth. Familiarity has not robbed it of magic. He sees it as the child sees its first rainbow, or the lightning flashing from the thundercloud. Most of us, before we reach maturity, find life stale and unprofitable, a twice-told tale vexing the dull ears of a drowsy man. We are like the blasé policeman I met when I was waiting for a bus at Finchley one Bank holiday. "A lot of people abroad to-day?" I said interrogatively. "Yes," he said, "thousands." "Where do most of them go this way?" To Barnet, though what they see in Barnet I can't make out. I never see nothing in Barnet." "Perhaps they like to see the green fields and hear the birds," I said. "Well, perhaps," he replied, in the tone of one who tolerated follies which he was too enlightened to share. "There'll be more at the exhibition, I suppose?" I said, hoping to turn his mind to the contemplation of a more cheerful subject. The exhibition. Well, I was down there on duty the day it was open, and I never see such a poor show. Oh, yes, the gardens, they're all right, but you can see gardens anywhere." Despairingly I mentioned Hampstead as a merry place on Bank holiday. "Well, I never see nothing at Hampstead myself. I don't know what the people go for. And there's a garden city there, and crowds a-goin' to look at it. Well, what is there in it? That's what I asked. What is there in it? I never see nothing in it." The world of culture shares the policeman's physical ennui in a spiritual sense. It sees nothing in it. We succeed in deadening the fresh intensity of the impression, and burying the miracle under the dust of the common day, veiling it under names and formulas. "This green, flowery, rock-built earth, the trees, the mountains, rivers, many-sounding seas, that great deep sea of azure that swims overhead, the winds sweeping through it, the black cloud fashioning itself together, now pouring out fire, now hail and rain. What is it? Ay, what? At bottom we do not yet know. We can never know at all. It is not by our superior insight that we escape the difficulty. It is by our superior levity, our inattention, our want of insight. It is by not thinking that we cease to wonder at it. This world, after all our science and sciences, is still a miracle, wonderful, inscrutable, magical, and more, to whomsoever will think of it." It is this elemental faculty of wonder, of which Carlyle speaks, that distinguishes Mr. Chesterton from his contemporaries, and gives him kinship at once with the seers and the children. He is anathema to the erudite and the exact, but he sees life in the large with the eyes of the first man on the day of creation. As he says, in inscribing a book of Caldecott's pictures to a little friend of mine, "This is the sort of book we like, for you and I are very small, with pictures stuck in anyhow, and hardly any words at all. You will not understand a word of all the words including mine. Never you trouble, you can see, and all the directness is divine. Stand up and keep your childishness, read all the pedants' creeds and strictures, but don't believe in anything that can't be told in colored pictures. Life to him is a book of colored pictures that he sees without external comment or exegesis. He sees it, as it were, at first hand, and shouts out his vision at the top of his voice. Hence the audacity that is so trying to the formalist who is governed by custom and authority. Hence the rain of paradoxes that he showers down. It is often suggested that these paradoxes are a conscious trick to attract attention, that Mr. Chesterton stands on his head, as it were, to gather a crowd. I can conceive him standing on his head in Fleet Street in sheer joy at the sight of St. Paul's, but not in vanity, or with a view to a collection. The truth is that his paradox is his own comment on the colored picture. There are some men who hoard life as a miser hoards his gold, map it out with frugal care and vast prescience, spend to-day in taking thought for to-morrow. Mr. Chesterton spends life like a prodigal. Economy has no place in his spacious vocabulary. Economy, he might say, with Anthony Hope's Mr. Carter, is going without something you do want in case you should some day want something which you probably won't want. Mr. Chesterton lives the unconsidered, untrammeled life. He simply rambles along without a thought of where he is going. If he likes the look of a road, he turns down it, careless of where it might lead to. "He is announced to lecture at Bradford to-night," said a speaker, explaining his absence from a dinner. "Probably he will turn up at Edinburgh. He will wear no harness, learn no lessons, observe no rules. He is himself, Chesterton, not consciously or rebelliously, but unconsciously, like a natural element. St. Paul's School never had a more brilliant nor a less sedulous scholar. He did not win prizes, but he read more books, drew more pictures, wrote more poetry than any boy that ever played at going to school. His house was littered with books, filled with verses and grotesque drawings. All attempts to break him into routine failed. He tried the Slade School, and once even sat on a stool in an office. Think of it! G.K.C. in front of a ledger, adding up figures with romantic results, figures that turned into knights in armor, broke into song, and added together produced paradoxes unknown to arithmetic. He saw the absurdity of it all. "A man must follow his vocation," he said with Falstaff, "and his vocation is to have none." And so he rambles along, engaged in an endless disputation, punctuated with gusts of Rabelaisian laughter, and leaving behind a litter of fragments. You may track him by the blotting-pads he decorates with his riotous fancies, and may come up with him in the midst of a group of children for whom he is drawing hilarious pictures, or to whom he is revealing the wonders of his toy theatre, the chief child of his fancy and invention, or whom he is instructing in the darkly mysterious game of giping, which will fill the day with laughter. "Well," said the aunt to the little boy who had been to tea with Mr. Chesterton, "well, Frank, I suppose you've had a very instructive afternoon?" "I don't know what that means," said Frank, "but, oh," with enthusiasm, "you should see Mr. Chesterton catch buns with his mouth." If you cannot find him, and Fleet Street looks lonely and forsaken, then be sure he has been spirited away to some solitary place by his wife, the keeper of his business conscience, to finish a book for which some publisher is angrily clamoring. For no clamor, no book, is his maxim. Mr. Chesterton's natural foil in these days is Mr. Bernard Shaw. Mr. Shaw is the type of revolt. The flesh we eat, the wine we drink, the clothes we wear, the laws we obey, the religion we affect, all are an abomination to him. He would raze the whole fabric to the ground, and build it anew upon an ordered and symmetrical plan. Mr. Chesterton has none of this impatience with the external garment of society. He enjoys disorder and loves the haphazard. With Rossetti he might say, "What is it to me whether the earth goes round the sun or the sun round the earth?" It is not the human intellect that interests him, but the human heart, and the great comedy of life. He opposes ancient sympathies to new antipathies, hates modernism and science in all their aspects, and tends more and more to find refuge in miracles and medievalism. He is capable of believing anything that the reason repudiates, and can stoop on occasion to rather puerile juggling with phrases in order to carry his point. Thus, when someone says, "You cannot put the clock back," meaning that you cannot put events back, he answers with triumphant futility, the reply is simply this: "You can put the clock back." Johnson, with all his love of verbal victory, never got so low as this. No man, indeed, was ever more careless of his reputation. He is indifferent whether from his abundant mine he shovels out diamonds or dirt. You may take it or leave it as you like. He cares not and bears no malice. It is all a blithe improvisation, done in sheer ebullience of spirit, and having no relation to conscious literature. He is like a child shouting with glee at the sight of the flowers and the sunshine, and chalking on every vacant hoarding he passes with a jolly rapture of invention and no thought beyond. But there is one thing, and one only, about which he is serious, and that is his own seriousness. You may laugh with him, and at him, and about him. When, at a certain dinner, one of the speakers said that his chivalry was so splendid that he had been known to rise in a tramcar and offer his seat to 3 ladies, it was his laugh that sounded high above all the rest. But if you would wound him, do not laugh at his specific gravity, doubt his spiritual gravity. Doubt his passion for justice and liberty and patriotism, most of all his patriotism, for he is, above all, the lover of Little England, and the foe of the imperialist whose love of country is not what a mystic means by the love of God, but what a child might mean by the love of jam. "My country, right or wrong," he cries, "why, it is a thing no patriot could say. It is like saying, 'My mother, drunk or sober.' No doubt, if a decent man's mother took to drink, he would share her troubles to the last. But to talk as if he would be in a state of gay indifference as to whether his mother took to drink or not is certainly not the language of men who know the great mystery. We fall back upon gross and frivolous things for our patriotism. Our schoolboys are left to live and die in the infantile type of patriotism which they learnt from a box of tin soldiers. We have made our public schools the strongest wall against a whisper of the honour of England. What have we done, and where have we wandered, we that have produced sages who could have spoken with Socrates, and poets who could walk with Dante, that we should talk as if we had never done anything more intelligent than found colonies and kick niggers? We are the children of light, and it is we that sit in darkness. If we are judged, it will not be for the merely intellectual transgression of failing to appreciate other nations, but for the supreme spiritual transgression of failing to appreciate ourselves." But sincere though he is, he loves the argument for its own sake. He is indifferent to the text. You may tap any subject you like, he will find it a theme on which to hang all the mystery of time and eternity. For the ordinary material cares of life he has no taste, almost no consciousness. He never knows the time of a train, has only a hazy notion of where he will dine, and the doings of to-morrow are as profound a mystery as the contents of his pocket. He dwells outside these things in the realm of ideas. Johnson said that when he and Savage walked one night around St. James' Square for want of a lodging, they were not at all depressed by their situation. but in high spirits and brimful of patriotism, traversed the square for several hours, inveighed against the ministry, and resolved that they would stand by their country. That is Mr. Chesterton's way. But he would not walk round St. James's Square. He would, in Johnson's circumstances, ride round and round in a cab, even if he had to borrow the fare off the cabman. He is free from the tyranny of things. Though he lived in a tub, he would be rich beyond the dreams of avarice, for he would still have the universe for his intellectual inheritance. I sometimes think that one moonlit night, when he is tired of Fleet Street, he will scale the walls of the Tower and clothe himself in a suit of giant mail, with shield and sword to match. He will come forth with visor up and mount the battle steed that champs its bit outside, and the clatter of his hoofs will ring through the quiet of the city night as he thunders through St. Paul's Churchyard and down Ludgate Hill and out on to the Great North Road. And then once more will be heard the cry of "St. George for Merry England," and there will be the clash of swords in the greenwood and brave deeds done on the King's highway. End of Chapter 40. End of Prophets, Priests, and Kings by Alfred George Gardiner.